Happy Friday! Oh, I always like to move my mic back to the great position because I always push it away when I'm not streaming. Hi! Happy Friday! I am Squiiji, freelance artist, fungi, art educator. Also, am I anything else? I don't think I am anything else. I think that's all that I am. I'm answering questions today is what I'm doing, but that's not a part of who I am as a person, I guess. I gotta get used to the fact that my intro, when it's not Halloween, does not include anything else. I'm a freelance artist, fungi, and an art educator. Period. Full stop. That's it. That's the end. That's all I am. That's all I do. Actually, that's not true. I do a lot of things. But hi! Hello! We made it to the end of the week. Welcome to the end of the week, fellas. I am back once again to do a Q&A because previously there's been a lot of questions asked for these, and never have I once actually gotten through all the questions. You'll notice when I open the source that there's actually, I think, still 1 or 2 questions from 7 months ago that I did not answer. And then we'll get to answering things that were actually asked today, theoretically, because I think the first time I opened this up, I received over 100 questions. Classic EG fashion. If I open a form where people can submit me things, I just should be used to it. I just should be used to the fact that there are probably going to be 100 or so, maybe more, responses to it, but that's okay. That's actually a good thing, and I'm glad that I've been able to get through just about all of them now. We're pretty close. There's not an incredible quantity of them, so I am going to go over just like a couple of the frequently asked questions that I answer quite often, or I see people asking me relatively often, just for like anybody who is maybe new or hasn't heard the answers to these questions before. Then also so that I have this recorded in a video somewhere, so that way it can be found and sourced for information as needed, mayhaps. Lurking for Squiiji? Thank you! I appreciate you lurking. And then I will answer the new questions. If you guys have questions, you can just send them in the chat, but if you send them in the chat, I may miss them because the chat does move. And while it does not move at an astronomical pace all the time, it does move fast enough that I would feel bad if I did not see the thing that you sent specifically on today, the day where we're doing questions and answers. So, I have a site. It's called Marshmallow. It's used by many a VTuber for usually just people to submit like anonymous questions to them, or just anonymous statements, or just things that you want to tell them, I guess, or like people saying thank you or something. Often they're used for all kinds of goofy, silly stream purposes. I've just used mine for Q&A stuff like this because it's just an easy way to collect them. So, I have pinned at the top of both YouTube and Twitch the link to Marshmallow. Do not worry, I saw Rex before we got started saying, I'm not clicking random links, analyzing. Rex, do you really think I would send you to a place that would be dangerous? It's not dangerous to me. I've been using this site for almost a year probably at this point, and I've never had any strange problems with it. It's never done anything unwise or unkind to me as far as I'm aware. I would not lead you astray knowingly. So don't worry, it'll be okay. You don't even need to be signed in to use it, I believe. You can ask questions anonymously. If you click on the link, it just lets you send something. And I can see that you guys are figuring out, how to send things, because I've seen a couple of them come in since I put them there. Rex clicks the strange link, trust EG. No, I don't want your credit card number. I have my own credit card number. I don't need yours. No need for credit card numbers. I have them already. I know mine. I'm not sharing them with you, and I don't want yours either. The only funny little number I want is, I want to know the number of little snails you have living in your garden, if you'd be so kind as to go outside and count them for me. Doing a head count of the snails would probably be beneficial to all of us, because we can then gauge the health of your garden, because too many snails means that they don't have a predator, meaning the ecosystem is kind of out of whack. Too few snails might mean that you have like poor nutrients and stuff going on in your garden, and you know, in order to cultivate a more beneficial experience for the shroomates and for other mycelial dwelling creatures, we should have a good quality of snails. Also, because snails eat mushrooms and they're allowed to do that, they're allowed to feast upon our previous past bodies once we've decided that we are no longer inhabiting them and have moved on to our next body. because we're mushrooms. The part of us that's alive is the part in the mycelium. The mushroom is just the fruiting body, and we can switch whenever we want. What is this tangent? Sorry. What were we talking about? Credit cards? No wonder I never manage to answer all the questions. I, for some reason, end up talking about snails and garden health for like 30 seconds. All my snails are dead? Okay, that's bad. That definitely means we need to work on something, let me tell you. More Honkai content? Sorry. Not today. Not today. Today we were doing a Q&A. I think the stream information, like, did not update itself properly. And I don't know why it hasn't. Because I hit the button a couple of times. Oh, wait, you know what? Did I ever ping the Discord server? I don't think I did. No! I knew I was forgetting something. I knew I was ready to go live faster than usual. The title was the old one. Is it correct now? Has it been fixed? Is it correct now? I hit the button, which should have fixed it. But, you know, I never know sometimes. Let's see. We pinged the Discord server because I forgot. Man, I thought I had everything figured out. But starting an hour earlier than usual may be working against me. Oh, and I'm going to open my own Twitch stream so that way I can... Oh, wait. My Twitch is always the same. Hang on. Fished. Oh, wait, nope, that's a square. Whoa, ooh, whoa, mouse, could you function, please? Copy. Pressed. Hang on, replace that with this, and we'll be good in 1 second. Oh, doesn't work if I don't hit the ampersand. I'm giving you guys... Joke's on you. This is actually all part of the plan, so you have more time to ask questions. To get your questions drafted and figured out and conceived and worded properly in a way that you enjoy the best. This is all part of the plan. I could never be caught doing something, forgetting to have done something. There we go. Now I'm a real streamer. There we go. Not doing much for my credentials here, though, but forgetting something. I believe how many darn clones and reincarnations there are of what? You? As a shroomate? As a little mushroom? Have you been through a lot of bodies? That's okay. It happens. You know, sometimes we gotta try out a couple different forms. That's why you guys can do the reroll shroomate thing. You gotta try out a couple to figure out what fits, figure out what you like. Yeah. Stream info's been right for me the whole time, I think. Oh, intriguing. It might have been some people it didn't update for. Twitch, I feel like sometimes is held together by like duct tape and maybe twine or something. So if that's the case, what can you do? But anyways, why don't I move us in the direction of starting by just saying words like greetings? Hey, who's here for class today? I realized I forgot to take roll yesterday and I feel bad. I'm so sorry. You all get a free pass if you may have missed. E.g., quick question, why? Hey Lance, quick question, how? Yeah, that's right. Get Una reverse carded. That was a very quick question. It was only one word, which is true. Because? Sure, that's fine. Hey E.g., quick question, who? Hey Amber, Amber, you know the answer to the question who. The answer is me, and probably also you. Hey Amber, when? That's my question for you. Hey, quick Squiiji. Question. Hey, E.g. Quick. Now? Now? Question mark. Is it now? Don't know. I can hide twice. Did you hide twice? Hey, say some highs for the rest of us. You took roll. It was just midstream. Oh, did I? I forgot. I may have. Who's here right now? No, the question that I have for my Q&A is, who came to class today? I see Sadism, Southern Lights, Star, rather. Innocent, Ox Machina, Ox Machina. One of these days I'll get this. I've been saying your name wrong forever, though. I'm so sorry. Dragon King, Inti, Chili, Chocorama, Cory, Striker, Stoopy Doll, Amber, Fiamestra, Nyabari, Nilo, Nanomino, Hoshi, Rex but not Rex. Or Viviana, rather. Actual Rex. Logan, do you want me to call you Logan or Mythic? Because I had the note that I should call you that, but it keeps undoing it in Twitch, where I can, like, switch people's names to what it should say, but it keeps undoing it, and I don't know why. And I don't know if you're doing that, or if it's just a Twitch thing that's happening, and I wanted to ask. Anyways, also I see Cecil, I see Karmic Chaos, Moonlight Lapis, I see on YouTube Vox Time, also Nano, Starless Mage, or Simirai, the Melofia. Hi! You've called me Mythic forever, so I don't mind. Up to you. But if it's a you don't mind situation versus a what you usually go by situation, I do want you to tell me what is your actual preference. For as much as I guess maybe you don't mind, if there's a thing that you typically go by, alert me. Rex, who is your Kamiyoshi? Can be not VTuber. My Kamiyoshi is mini vine sauce. Good question, Rex. I actually talked about my Oshis when I debuted. I have been watching Vine Sauce since like 2012. I think Jovi's Kamiyoshi is Germa. My VTuber Oshis, however, I would say are Eye Candy, because she was the VTuber who got me into VTubing. Hilarious sentence, thanks. I do have to shout out, there's several people if I'm talking Oshis. Eye Candy got me into VTubing. I was doing 3D modeling when I was in undergrad, and I was doing hard surface modeling, when one day, lo and behold, a video pops up on my For You page on YouTube. And it is Eye Candy doing a walkthrough of setting something up for, I think it was Vroid or something. They had a pink Vroid model back then, and I was like, wait, this is so neat. You're telling me instead of modeling like drinking glasses, I could make cute anime girls? I was like, sign me up. So I did, I tinkered with Vroid for like a couple of months, and then I went right just into like 3D modeling from scratch in Blender. So Eye Candy is like my Oshi in terms of, I just like everything that Candy does. Candy also is part of the inspiration for our Keys Redeem, because Candy also has a Keys Redeem, and I saw that and I was like, you're so smart. Candy has the key jingle like on the model though, where it's like a toggle. I was like, I love this. And then the other one is somebody who is variably around or not, and is another purple, who was the VTuber that I like actually genuinely really watched for a very long time, and I actually don't even know how to say his last name, and I feel so bad about it. Because he would just introduce himself with his first name, and I don't know how his last name is said. But he was the first VTuber I ever watched other than Candy, and I didn't really watch Candy that, like, intensely. Like, I would watch Candy when they were live, but not, like, consistently. The only VTuber I watched consistently for most of the time was Han, B-Y-E-O-L, Biol. I don't know how you say that fella's last name, but they graduated, and I had a heart to break situation. So, yeah. What's an Oshi? That's another good question. An Oshi is a word that I think we're borrowing from idol culture, where it's usually like the favorite VTuber viewers, the one that you will support, you will go out of your way to show up for and do those kinds of things in association with. Usually somebody who inspires you, who you keep an eye on their activities, even like over a long stretch of time, sort of consistently. Yeah. Don't idea. Wait, what? What the Gaussian method is? What are you guys talking about there? Did you see my response tweet to your Oshi tweet? I may have. What did you... I mean, I guess we're still asking questions. I did cry a little bit because of people calling me an Oshi. I do need to say that also. Congrats, Squiiji. I didn't know you're a wrestling move. Oh, I guess the Oshi is also a sumo wrestling move. Thank you, Nyla. Why the questioning is in Japanese? Oh, is it in Japanese for you? You might have just switched the site to English. The site is in English for me. Intriguing. Oh, I've been trying to switch to Logan since Mythic has a reputation in the gacha community. Ah, okay, I see. Then I can call you Logan in that case. Got you, don't worry about it. Markiplier is my Oshi, my childhood Oshi. I love the word Oshi being used for people who are not VTubers or not idols, even ever so slightly. But I would say, still to this day, I think unfortunately, by result of being somebody who technically has 2 jobs and also is a full-time VTuber, kind of, on top of that, I don't have a lot of time to watch other VTubers. I am a VOD watcher pretty much exclusively for anyone who I watch do anything. And I'll say I do listen to a couple of VTubers from time to time. I listen to like Crimson Ruse of Holostars EN. I listen to I like Gale Galleon of FSP EN. What a wild fella. There's a couple more, but I just stick them on in the background if I need somebody goofy to listen to. Yeah, Battle also. Man, I got into Battle of Hololive EN because I thought he was a beautiful lesbian, and I was so let down at first, but then he was like Germa-esque and I enjoyed him, but yeah. Anyways, let me open the actual like real questions so we can do that. But that was a good question, Rex. Lamau? What? Lamau what, Hoshi? Lamau real? Wait, that means EG is my Oshi? Am I really? Am I really your Oshi? I can't believe that. I definitely, cried a little bit on the Oshi day. Somebody, Pai-chan had posted on Twitter that I was their Oshi, and seeing myself listed next to like Chibidoki and Kenji, I was like, maybe I do make an impact out there in the big wide world. And Jeff was like, are you okay? I was like, yeah, I'm great. And then a couple other people said it too, and I was like, oh, thank you for the blankie. I'm honored to be your Oshi, and I will do everything in my power to make you proud. I will rep the Oshi name, the Oshi word, as best as I can. So you prefer VTuber VOD better than live VTuber? It's not really a preference. It's just, it's what is required of me by the circumstances I live in. I'm really not ever able to watch things live because of just the schedule that I operate on. I am live through, I think, at least one of the people I watch when they're live, which is unfortunate. And then a lot of them stream in the evening, too, which is my hangout with Joby time. A lot of them don't stream during the day, which is when I could probably listen in the background. But yeah. The Melophia! Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Hang on, I gotta calm down into Cozy G. Cozy G time. When I have 2 streamers I watch streaming at the same time, I always pick you. Oh! I'm honored. What the heck? Thank you. You just always actively watch. Okay, you're not. Stop. You gotta stop being nice to me, or I'll start crying again. You're the go-to for character design for beginners. Seriously, the way you explain it, your streams is not boring and mundane. It does feel like a fun class, not just class to get over with. Thank you. I'm so glad I can do that for you. I work very hard to make that be the case, and I do worry quite often that I am not that interesting to listen to, and I'm relieved to hear that. But I'm gonna start crying if you don't stop. To be for real, yeah, I don't with others live, nor am I brave enough to chat. I also, even when I do show up live to a lot of people, I do lurk on streams, not infrequently. I lurk on a number of streams across different places. Like, I lurk on Yomi streams not infrequently. I lurk on just many people I follow. I lurk on Bolt's streams. I lurk on Amanta streams. I lurk on pretty much anyone you've seen me stream with at any point in time. I'm probably lurking on at some point in time if they're streaming when I'm around during the day. I lurk on Yam. But yeah, I also don't participate in chats. I'm shy, as much as it may not seem like it. How do you find iCandy's channel? iCandy is AICANDII if you are interested. iCandy is a Orpal member of Vtuber and is not an AI. Like, an AI is like flavor text. Prior to AI being everything that we had a negative connotation with, Candy is just like virtual digital and is a real person. Do not worry. Do not fret. Wahaha, evil making you cry with love. It wouldn't be the first time, and I'm sure it won't be the last time. Also, the streamer I generally watch full streams of. That's just an hour here or there, so there's that. Thanks. Thanks. I appreciate you watching. That's very kind of you. Yogscast is my IRL Oshi. Pretty sure her name is I, like the Japanese name. Yeah. Yes, also. But, like, originally it was... related, I think, to something digital, potentially, but not now. Not at this point. Also, careful, I believe Candy uses they, them pronouns, but I may be mistaken, it may be she, them. Worth checking, but I know they, them is in there somewhere, so we do just be careful. Cannot be misgendering my non-binary Oshi. As a non-binary myself, as an NB. Last I heard it was any? Oh, okay. Bet. I may not be up to date on the gender patch notes for Candy. If you ever need a silly way of asking somebody what their pronouns are, you can ask them what their, like, patch notes are. That's my favorite way of asking. I think it's very goofy and silly. Anyways, I do have a list here of questions I should be answering. And we are going to be starting out with a question that is a little bit intense, just a tad, potentially. But it's okay. We gotta talk about real situations here today. That's an important thing for us to do. It's important to have real discussions. This is gonna start us out sort of in a bit of a, I don't know if bleak is the word, but we're gonna get real for a second here for the first question. Black Dolia, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Checking the wiki does seem like they use any pronouns. Bet. Thanks. Using that? Yeah. Ask people for their patch notes for their gender. The link hates you. No, I'm sorry the link hates you. I don't know why the link hates you. Try again. I candy use they, them, but I don't mind she, her, he, him. Pretty easygoing with it, as long as you're nice to me. Honestly, hell yeah. As long as you're nice to me is a fantastic way of putting it, because I do prefer people use they, them for me, but also if people use she, her, and they're not being malicious or mean, or if they're putting an effort into they, theming me, I won't be bitter about it. I'll be okay. Flip between she and them for cases like that? Yeah, you can flip around. I just want to make sure we're being careful and being respectful. Anyways, so the question, this is from 7 months ago, and I'm trying to think if there may have been a particular event that is inspiring this question being asked 7 months ago, but honestly, this is something that is unfortunately always relevant. The question is, I always wanted to ask this because I've been noticing this, but do you think that the community has issues with race? If not, why? If so, why? And I would say there's a couple of things. Ooh, hang on, my voice just went for a second. There's a couple of things we need to discuss in relation to this question. The first is that if you're saying the community, what community are you referring to? The VTuber community? Because I would argue that that is too big of a group to, discuss them as being any one community. When people talk about the VTubing community, it often ends up being big sweeping statements that don't necessarily fit even a majority of the group, even a slight majority of the group. So that can be a kind of tough categorization. Or the shroom state. If they're asking about the shroom state, I have not seen any issues with that. The shroommates, from what I've seen, have all been incredibly respectful. If there is a particular concern with people acting that way, I would hope that somebody would bring that to the mods, because I have not seen it. And I'd be extremely disappointed in shroommates if they are treating each other not with grace and not with kindness. But I think that this is more so potentially about, like, the greater VTuber community, if I'm going to be interpreting this. And I would say that the trouble is that, like, the problem is that the racism that exists just culturally in the US, in Canada, in the UK, in Japan, in any location, is going to leak on over into the VTuber community. And one of the things that happens with VTubing, as opposed to, interacting with people in real life, face to face, is that barrier of the screen causes people to be way more out of pocket. It causes people to have the confidence to say things that they should not say and should keep to themselves. If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. However, because so much of VTubing is operated on and around Twitter, which is a place where people just sort of can blast out their thoughts into the void, and it's a place that uses the algorithm to make sure either people who agree with you see it, or people who disagree with you and will fight you and therefore drive engagement will see it. It just causes more and more issues. But I would say that it's not that this is something that's exclusive to the VTubing community. I would say that globally there is an issue with race. And not issue with race as in just them existing. Issues with racism, I think, is what we're getting towards. Where often in pie crews we see this, where, pie crews don't have a nice range of skin tones for all people. Drives me nuts. Which is why my pie crew, guide for PNG tubers, I show you what each Pi crew has access to, because it's so frustrating when you go into something to look for options. You're like, oh, this art is so cute, but you can't find anything that's a reflection of yourself. And that is a problem that I've also seen going on with a lot of the customizable VTuber models. And I will say, I do think that that is maybe where this question came from. I think, what is it, the Suika model came out about 7 months ago, right? And one of the sort of controversies that came up about that model, which let me just say, that is a fantastic model for somebody who is starting VTubing. And I think Suika handled that appropriately, which, you know, here's the thing that I have to say about sort of the response Suika had was that I'm not comfortable drawing those types of features. I don't have enough practice with them to deliver a polished result. Therefore, I am looking for people to collaborate with who can create those assets for me to add to the model. I think that that is an okay way of doing things. However, I do think that if you do not have within your capabilities the ability to draw a range of features that is reflective of all walks of the human race, then I think that's a skill issue. And I think that is something that you should actively be working to solve. I think that it is incredibly limiting of yourself, not just as an artist, but as a person, if you are not willing to learn those things. And you should be willing to learn those things and make mistakes. But I do see the other side of this, which is that I think one of the other fears that Suika had mentioned is that in the VTubing community, and just sort of at large on Twitter, if you make an attempt to draw someone who is, you know, maybe doesn't look the same way that you do, or anything like that, if you do it in a way that people don't like, you are going to get jumped for it. Let me tell you, I drew, when I was in college, I went through an arc where I had realized that all of the models that we got to draw in school were white people. And I was like, not fantastic. I should probably learn to draw more features. So at that point in time, I was like, all right, let me find a bunch of people of color that I can draw so that I can, you know, get a little bit more practice with facial features, with hairstyles, with, you know, like body proportioning and things like that. There was a really fantastic Tumblr account, which I think was called Models of Color? It was called something like that. And it had a ton of fantastic, like I guess like model photos that I was using as a reference. And I was doing my best. And I would say the stuff that I produced was, you know, not perfect, but it was pretty decent. And man, did I get eaten alive on the interwebs. Boy, did I get eaten alive on the interwebs. And nothing that I drew was in any way, like, insensitive or offensive. It was just like, you didn't make this nose large enough. You're still applying your European beauty standards. And I was like, this is just because I'm, like, 18 and I just didn't check my proportioning. This is not an exclusive issue to this particular thing, but you're so right. But they wouldn't say it like that. They'd be like, you're a terrible, horrible person because you drew this nose too small. And I was like, So I think that that is one of the things that is making the problem not any better, is the immediate jumping of people who are making an effort. Granted, you can't let that be a reason you give up, because you have to triumph over that kind of thing. You can't let people being unkind to you stop you from doing the right thing. It is the right thing to do, regardless of how other people react, but I can at least somewhat understand the fear that a model maker may have when trying to create something like that. And I do think that since then, a lot of the other models that we've seen released do have better options on them. The Suika model has been updated to have some, like, more varied hairstyles and things like that, which is beneficial. But I do think that in the VTubing community, there is and probably will unfortunately always be racism issues, as there will be in any community, unfortunately. And it is our responsibility as individual VTubers to make sure that that is not something reaching our own communities, because that's really the only way we're going to fight it in any way. And a lot of it goes unchecked because there are VTubers and corners of the internet that believe in those things themselves, unfortunately. So it's not going to go away. It is just unfortunate. And I wish it wasn't that way, but I think I have at least answered the question, kind of. Whereas parts that's been proven, it's mostly white artists being like that. I think it probably was when I was being treated that way. I think it was, like, people trying to do their, like, white knight, white savior complex thing and being like, you could have done this better about it. Which is why you can't let them win. You can't let them win. You have to stick with it. You have to stick with it. Low-key scared to post any art of anyone other than white people because of that. Hoshi, do not let them stop you. One of the things that we do have to learn with being on the internet is to have a thick skin. We have to be okay with the fact that not everyone is going to like everything we're doing, and if you are making something out of the goodness of your heart and you are trying your best for it, people will see that and they will understand that. People who matter will see that and understand that. Do not take feedback from people who you would not ask for feedback from. AKA most people on the internet, because you don't know them. So you can't let them stop you from something like that. Yeah. Does Squiiji even need more questions? There's plenty of questions in here. You can keep asking if you want, though. We'll get through a number of them, but yeah. I've always said if you want to be a content creator, you have to have a very thick skin regardless. Yes. Yes. I have a thick skin because of critiques from being in school. I went through a master's degree and I defended a thesis.
As the open-minded and accepting person, not everyone is a good person. There are people who use issues to justifiably harass people, like people on the opposite side.
That's true, Gary. That is also true. I don't think that's a hot take. No, not everyone is a good person, and some people will just be mean. People from all walks of life and all places and all backgrounds can be just bad people. They are not representative of, the community that they are a part of, but they can just be bad people. And you can't let that bad egg ruin all the rest of the eggs in your carton. You gotta move on. You gotta toss that one and focus on hanging with the rest of them. There's plenty of omelets to be made still. Actually, that sounds terrible. It sounds like we're harming people making omelets. We could definitely turn them into cute little Easter eggs, though, instead, if that sounds better. Anyways, I do think that, at least in some ways, answers that question. But I do think there is an issue. I think it's not going to go away anytime soon, unfortunately. But I do think it is all of our individual responsibilities to make sure that we are being, shining beacons of how to be kind and accepting and open-minded and respectful. And therefore, we can encourage that in our communities and not tolerate any of the opposite occurring in our communities. It's, what do they call it? The tolerance paradox, where you cannot tolerate intolerance. It's a weird thing to explain, but if people are going to be, like, I don't know how to explain this word, like, that's the way that you say it, is that you can't tolerate intolerance. If people are not going to be open-minded towards others, you have to remove them, unfortunately. Like, you can't let them. You can't be quiet when people are acting that way. Intolerant intolerance, yeah. It's hard to describe. Just found scrolling through live channels, like your design and color choice. Thank you. Am I allowed to ask me too? Yes, you can. Any tips on studying stuff for art, like anatomy, backgrounds, proportions, composition, but making it more fun for oneself? Yeah, I love doing that. If there is a particular subject or thing that you like to draw, use that as your willpower to draw something. So, like, if you like making fan art, let me tell you, whenever I have to make, like, anatomy studies, I'm like, oh, I'm doing a chest study. Oh, where's my voice going? Hang on, this is weird. Hello? My voice got weirdly froggy. Thank you for beverage. It's still froggy. Whenever I have to, hello? Can I have a voice, please? Whenever I have to do studies for anatomy, which I don't do infrequently, I teach digital painting. Whenever I have to do anatomy studies for, like, the body, I will usually just stick the head of a character on it for funsies. So when I did one of my demos for class once upon a time, I did it, like, it was a, like, masculine torso off of a model. And I drew that, and then I put Zach Fair's head on it, because I was like, now I'm motivated to do it. Because it's now a character that I like. Or even if there's just, like, a topic or a subject that you like, use that. If you have characters you're attached to, as much as making a graphic novel is a big commitment, try making just a little comic, because that lets you just try out a couple of little skills. But you just have to figure out what it is that you can use as an incentivizer to yourself. What is your incentivizer? The incentive of get many followers doesn't work. The incentive of I just want my art to look cool also kind of doesn't necessarily always work. You need to have something that you are more committed to than that. If your incentive is, man, I really love this one character, I want to draw them, do that. If it's, man, I really love this one pairing, I want to draw them together, do that. But then find the angles that you can sneak your little learning activities into, where, like, you're drawing your characters together. It's like, well, today I'm going to focus on how to draw ears nicely. So I'm going to draw my character with the hair behind their ears and a cute little pose, and then that helps it, right? You got to sort of work the system a little bit. You got to trick your brain into being okay with it. Thank you for helping out. Of course. Try it out. Very sweet of you to help everyone out talk about such stuff. Feel like
Hey, what's up, gamers?
Ooh,
Gary here to interject a little bit and say something about that earlier conversation.
Hi.
And that is, that the Shroom State is good. I have a concrete partnership with them, and they haven't failed me yet.
Yeah, I don't think the Shroom State has failed us yet. Here is my thing, just based on our earlier conversation we were talking about. If you guys are seeing people who are in the Shroom State, I have not seen it, and I feel like if our mods had seen it, I would have heard about it. But if anyone is acting out of order, you are welcome to let us know. Let us know post-haste immediately, because we don't tolerate that. In the Shroom State, we all hold hands and we get along and we support each other and uplift each other, and anyone who's doing otherwise is not a Shroom-mate. Plain and simple, not a Shroom-mate. Normally, it's okay. What's the Shroom State? The Shroom State is just the place that all the Shroom-mates live. The Shroom State is the place where all of the little guys who are fans of the EG hang out. All of my little guys. But Gary, I agree with you from what I have seen, but at the same time, I am not all-seeing for as much as I may claim to be. I do have eyes in the back of my head. I do actually even have a googly eye right now for some reason. I don't know why that's there. I have bonus eyes, but there's things I'm gonna miss, of course. So you are welcome to bring those things to my attention, because I will not tolerate nonsense. I take no nonsense. Not at all, not even close, not even slightly any nonsense. But let me see. I'll move us, because we're still in a question from months and months and months ago. Because the hair is in the way. Hair is in the way. Is my hair in the way of something? I guess I am kind of blocking the thing. Oh, Gary, you're kind of off screen too. I agree. I know a lot of people IRL who change their opinion because of good friends. People online to get away from a lot of this. Let them enjoy it. Maybe they'll stumble across something that'll change their view. Happen to me, it can happen to anyone. Oh, you're still talking about the previous conversation? Did I mix something that Rex had said? Go back. Don't leave harassing neutral people because they aren't being malicious given the chance they can change. Oh yeah, no. I'm not saying to harass neutral people by any means. I am saying that, neutrality is something where we can encourage people to take actions in a positive direction, but neutral is still better than malicious. And, neutrality, the only neutrality I'm not going to tolerate is people being neutral about others being unkind. If you're going to be neutral about that, I wish you would just tell me. I can't stop you, but I wish that you would find the confidence in your heart to make some kind of move. And it could even just be little things. Now that I have floating singular eyeball and ears. Eyes in back very can be all seeing.
Hey, oh, Gary here. Hope y'all are having an okayish day. I would normally ask you to sign something suspicious by this point, but out of material apart from concrete. But feel free to still pass your signature so it may be stored for the future. Beep 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 boop.
Gary, have you been taken over by a robot? Is that what's happening? I don't quite understand what you're doing right now. I do not do digital signatures. That's just typing your name in something. I don't think that's a really good way of keeping my identity to yourself or taking any notes of it. I don't know if that works. Why is there a halftone on your left ear? I have a halftone shader. It's hard to see sometimes. If I come closer, do you see? You can see it's on actually both of my ears, and it's under my neck, and if I do certain things with my hand, you might be able to see, yeah, look, it's in my wrist. I just have a weird shader, but it doesn't scale with me, so it doesn't show up as much from a distance. I like halftones because I'm a screen printer. Also, hi, Selma. Wait, what about people who are being told not to be a VTuber because they want to, like my partner, and you think of not doing it? Why are they being told not to be a VTuber? If they're being told not to be a VTuber because they're underage, I don't know how old any of you are, but if they're being told to not be a VTuber because of age, I do think that it is not an especially safe thing to do. Oh, don't look at the inside of my head, hang on. I don't think it's an especially safe thing to do to be a VTuber if you're under 18. A lot of the people who come to the VTubing community at large are people who are familiar with the usual type of VTuber personalities, which do tend to be a little bit more 18 plus, and a lot of the viewers are also over the age of 18. So with their expectations combined with what is generally the norm in VTubing, it may not be a safe environment for you to enter, just because a lot of VTuber models and designs can be inherently sexualized, and the, flirting that is sort of inherent between a lot of VTubers and collabs. Not everyone does these things, but you do have to be careful about the way you're presenting yourself, especially if you're a minor in these spaces. You have to be you have to be careful in these spaces. So I don't know if I'd advise it. No, it's because he wants to be one first and thinks, since I'm a woman, I'll get popular first, but I'd be doing it for fun. Oh, no, do it. If he wants to do it, do it. People talk about the male VTuber debuff or whatever. Here is my thing about all of that. That's another question we can get into real quickly here, which is that, is the audience base for VTubers maybe predominantly male? therefore looking for, you know, a female VTuber to look at. Sure, potentially that is the case, especially because a lot of VTuber agencies built their models off of idol culture, which also has a predominantly male viewer base. However, that doesn't necessarily always translate into the indie scene. If I were to pull my demographics for you to look, I think my demographics are like 60% female and then like 20% undefined, or like people didn't tell me what their gender is in the, or doesn't tell Twitter or Twitch or YouTube what their gender is. Mine is abundantly the opposite. So there is always a spot, and if nothing else, the debut of the Luxium and Noctix VTubers that Niji Sanji had does show that there is a market for male VTubers. You just can't be boring. Just the same as I would say to anyone who is debuting as a VTuber. As a male VTuber, you can't be boring. You have to bring something interesting to the table. I have a whole video about how to determine what that may be, but you can't just be video game playing VTuber number 500,000. There's so many of them. There's so many. How are you going to set yourself apart from everyone else? Are you funny? Do you have any particular skills you can sell yourself on? What are you particularly knowledgeable about? Those are the things that will help you develop a community, regardless of gender, regardless of how much money you sink into the model, all of those things. Yeah. So I still think that your partner should go for it. I still think your partner should absolutely go for it. There is a market for all of those things, but you do have to, you or your partner, choose to do something interesting. Choose to build your brand around something that can make you unique in this market still. Yeah. Also, you got folks like Joe Cat and Merryweather and Sayu. Yeah, I mean, Merryweather is the CEO of a business. Also does have their own VTuber corporation, kind of. So I think Merryweather's a little bit of an outlier in that. But like, yeah, like Joe Cat. Sayu also does benefit from being a voice actor. I think that it'd be better to point out like Kenji or like Porcelain Maid, Joel, or like any number of those fellas as examples of VTubers who are, via the fact that they have interesting personalities. Yeah, Vidal also by doing something interesting. Yeah, Heavenly. Heavenly also had a bit of a following before becoming a VTuber, I believe, which did help, I would imagine. But similar things. They all have something that we closely associate with them, which does make them, it gives them an edge, the same way it would give anyone of any gender an edge, potentially. Like, it works for everyone the same way. Loads of popular male VTubers and the numbers don't matter, only if you're enjoying the time. Yeah. 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 Kenji is also really funny, yeah. Depends on your targeted audience. My local indie scene, being indie male, isn't very profitable. It may depend on what you are particularly trying to market towards, because I would imagine also me, I think my demographics make sense. I am a non-binary art teacher who teaches character design. Statistics show that most character designers and most art students in the modern day who are taking those types of classes are either non-binary or female identifying. So it makes sense that my community is the way that it is, and that was sort of what I had hoped for anyway, but it was a niche that I put myself in knowing that, you know, if I was appealing more to another niche who may like me for other reasons, I may be more popular because of it. I don't want that. You kind of got to be true to yourself at some point also. Don't put yourself into a position where you'll be uncomfortable just because you think it'll market you better. Also, you have to do what you love or you will end up hating it. And I'm so glad I didn't do anything otherwise. I'm so glad I didn't give myself a reason to hate it. Yeah. Tell it to the charts that put Vidal in the female VTuber list. I mean, they put Vidal there because Vidal does benefit from the fact that Neuro-sama does have a female model, I guess. Yeah, be yourself is honestly one of the better pieces of advice. And when I say be yourself, but focus on the elements that make you unique as well. Yeah, the best way to be the best VTuber you can be is to be yourself. Because if you are trying to be someone you're not, they'll figure it out. I promise. If you are telling a lie, they'll see through you eventually. And that's not to say you can't play a character either. You can play a character. I am an exaggerated version of Squiiji. Squiiji behind the scenes is not like this. When I just hang out with Jovi in my daily life, I am not like this. This is the version of myself that I play up. I, emphasize certain elements of my personality. I de-emphasize other parts. I make my voice sound a little funnier. But, I'm not lying to any of you. I'm not showing you somebody who I am not. I'm just showing you a different part of me, different outside of me. Or, you know, you can play a character, but you have to be, you know, sort of upfront about that being the thing that you're doing, perhaps. Yeah. EG is EG, but EG is not EG. True. Monarch tried to be serious and elegant when she first started streaming. Now she's the scuff queen. Yeah! It's like, have you seen, if you watch, I think Willie from Niji Sanji's a good example. If you watch his debut stream, his voice is completely and totally different. He's like putting on a voice, and he's like putting on a personality as well. And I think he watched it back a long time ago just to like see what it was like. And it was very funny to see how different it was, because it's really hard to play a character for a very long time on any kind of camera, especially in streaming where it's live too. Do yourself a favor, be true to yourself in some way. Same thing with Callie. Yeah, I would say many corporate VTubers go through that, because they probably are cast to play a certain role. And then the agency just ends up being like, well, whatever, if you can't do that role, it's fine, you're doing okay anyway. Yes, and yeah, I would say Monarch is still elegant, she is still lovely, but I think that the duality of her is what is interesting. Your model looks super fun. Thank you. I made it myself. I appreciate it. But yeah, hang on. Let me get to the other questions from months and months and months ago. I'm thinking of going to the Romeo and Juliet rabbit hole, since Shakespeare did not write the original story. 154DX was the date of the OG, and making a video about it so far. Hang on, let me just reread this whole sentence here entirely. I'm thinking of going to the Romeo and Juliet rabbit hole, since Shakespeare did not write the original story. 1540-something year was the date of the original, and making a video about it. So far, I now know that originally Juliet was 18 and not 13. You inspired me to be a PNG tuber, and I hope you have a great week. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't know that. Is that true? Is that true? This doesn't really have a question. This is just somebody thanking me, I think. Which, I'm happy that I could inspire you to be a PNG tuber. I'm so excited for you. But that's a wild subject. I have never, ever heard that before. That's crazy. Intriguing. If they have made that in the 7 months since they sent this, I'd be intrigued to see. But good luck! I hope it turned out well. I hope you did a good job with it. I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed that rabbit hole. It sounds like it'd be probably pretty intense. Heard that before, not sure how true it is. Yeah, I don't know how true it is for me either. A lot of literature works that were written by are mostly folktales, and those people just wrote them down. Perhaps, but Shakespeare was a playwright also. So I guess he may have just written down a folktale he heard, and he had the skills to maybe embellish it some and modify it in particular ways, but I don't know. That's intriguing. Now I'm asking questions. You were the one questioning, but now I am the one who questions. Also, Zoran, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Very high school drama, like they haven't aged past that era. What are you guys talking about? I think there's a side conversation. Drama? Oh, partner situation. Going through it with YouTube. Already has a channel, just not doing well. It's tough. It's tough. Let me tell you, if I were to make a new channel, even though I already exist, and start streaming on that, I don't think anyone would find me. It can take a long time to set up a basis for somebody to find you. You have to be consistent, and it takes time. It takes a lot of time sometimes, but you do have to stick with it. Because if you're just doing it for the sake of wanting to get those views, it's not gonna work. You gotta be okay with the fact that you're probably gonna get like 100 views, if that, on your first like 10 to 15 to 20 videos. But the nice thing about YouTube is that it is perpetual, it is evergreen. If you do manage to get a video that gets picked up by the algorithm, you know, after studying some techniques for it and stuff like that, that may benefit all of your videos then, where somebody will now come to your channel and look at other things you've done because they're interested in you also, maybe. But if you're trying to have a business mindset about it, there's things you could do that can sweeten your odds, like hiring editors, like paying for ads, like doing things like that. But it's definitely tough. 70k subs that don't watch it isn't a job. See, I mean, we could say that about, technically I have 40k subs on YouTube. I don't get 40k views on most of what I do, but it does help me in the algorithm just a little bit that I have that number, but it is tough. Oh, Bridget Warrior, thank you for following. I appreciate it also. Moist Critical started in 2007, didn't get traction until 2017. Yeah, sometimes it is a long game. Incredibly long game. Technically, for as much as like I debuted a little bit over a year ago, I debuted and I got Twitch partner, I think 4 or 5 months after I debuted. But the only reason that happened is because I'd been a YouTuber for 2 years prior. That's the only reason that happened. Like, I had a foundation. I wasn't just showing up out of nowhere for a debut as a VTuber, just starting going live out of nowhere either. It took some planning and some setup, but it can take some time. Technically, I've been doing this for almost 4 years, I think now? Which, you know, isn't that long in the grand scheme of VTubing, but it still is like, you know, the first couple things that I did took a while to do anything, and like, still to this day, my TikTok never really did very much. And you just gotta be okay with that. It's not gonna be perfect. You're gonna have to wait and be patient and give it your best and laugh when things don't go the way that you expect and roll with the punches, because that is what it is to work in this industry for the most part. Yeah. Yes, things take time. It just takes some time. Yeah. If you have fun, times that matter. I know. That's why, to me, every once in a while, I'm like, oh my god, it's been 7 months since I did that other previous thing. That's crazy. But it's because I enjoy it so much. Because I have fun with it, I want to not miss streams. I want to be here doing the things that I do. I want to come up with fun things for content. I want to be able to, you know, find cool and interesting things I can show to you guys. I want to teach you guys things. But that is, you know, that passion, that enjoyment is also important, because if you are not somebody who likes doing those things, then it is just not the profession for you also. And I think there are a lot of VTubers who do have to come to terms with that the part of VTubing they like is the attention and not the process. And I think that is why many people get burned out, is because they're not getting the attention, unfortunately. And if that is what you are looking for, you may be better off in some other sector, or you just have to bide your time until you can get to that. But not everyone is going to have that kind of success right off the bat, and it is going to take a lot of time sometimes. And a lot of VTubers who you see who do have success right off the bat, it may or may not be their first time around the block. I have seen a number of people who are like, oh, I just debuted and I got Twitch partner within like 3 months, and I got YouTube partner within like a month, and all of those things. And I'm like, I know who you are. Don't pull my leg. I know you existed prior to this persona. I know you were around. I know that you already know what you're doing. You know how to brand yourself and market yourself. And I know that your previous fans, some of them are kind of coming over. So like, do not let other people having immediate success also hold you down, because there is more to the story than you probably know. Often. Yeah. Scared I won't like the attention, some introverted. Looks fun, I just want to try. I will say, that is a weird thing that I have to come to terms with frequently, is the fact that I am pretty introverted. I am quite shy, despite what it may seem here, but I will say the distance allowed for by a chat environment versus a speaking directly to a real person environment is enough where it doesn't burn me out and it doesn't scare me so bad. But I will tell you, the first like 2 to 3 months I was streaming, I was nervous and anxious every time I hit that go live button. But you get used to it. You get used to it. You learn that the people who are there aren't there to be mean. They're not there to cause problems. They're there to listen to you. They're there because they're interested in what you have to say. And that does make things a little bit easier. But I will say, on the other hand, I do also have experience as a public speaker, so I don't know if my anecdote is a perfect example here. I'm a teacher, so like I'm used to speaking in front of people to some degree from a similar distance. But honestly, I'm less anxious doing this than I am teaching, which is kind of funny. Teaching, I'm always so self-aware because I'm a goofball and I tend to knock things over. But yeah, public speaking experience will help. Helps you choose your words properly, helps you pause a little bit, despite the fact that I may not do a good job of showing that I have public speaking training sometimes when I run my words together, use the wrong words, mispronounce things. It does help me at least project my voice, know how to, like, you know, sound like I'm amused and engaging in some way. Shape, maybe, or form. Yeah. Roommates are loud. Looking at getting a TTS thing because I can't talk. Ah, see, that is a little bit difficult, not being able to speak. But there are a lot of good TTS options out there these days that there didn't used to be. There are options for you, don't worry. Okay, let me see. So now we have 5 months ago. Just wanted to say thank you for all you do for the indie VTuber community. Your resources and videos are such a huge help, and your art is chef's kiss. Mwah. May both sides of your pillow always be cold. Whoa, thank you. That's such a kind blessing for my pillow. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad you think so. We gotta stop doing that though. I'm actually gonna cry. You guys have been too nice to me today, and we've only been here for an hour. But I'm glad I can do that for you. I love that I get to support the indie VTuber community. I love that I can support anyone in any community, and if you don't consider yourself a part of the indie VTuber community. I just like helping people, which is kind of why I'm a teacher. So I'm glad it's working. I'm so relieved to hear it's working. I'm so relieved. We love blessing pillows. Yeah, that is a very kind thing to say to someone. That you hope both sides of their pillow is always cold. It's very nice. I would love to never be overheated at night ever again, but I also like to never be cold at night ever again. Huh? What are you saying? What word is that? Why are you saying that? So now we have 2 hours ago, so now we're actually on today. Not really a question. Again, not really a question, but I was constantly referring to your videos when putting together references for my design. Thank you for putting so much informative content out there for us. You're welcome. I'm glad I could help you. What do you mean, squirt? I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I don't think I said that. I don't believe I said that. Did I? Did I? I don't think I did. I may have. I don't think so. But I'm glad I could help you with putting together your references. I'm glad I could help. Guys are all so nice to me. How did you realize you preferred being non-binary? Was it pretty easy for you, or did you question it for a while? Only if you're comfortable with talking about it. I don't actually know if I've talked about this very much before, but I do have some interesting anecdotes about it that I can share, which are experiences that may or may not sound relatable, and some of them may sound just like a little bit wild. So, theoretically, there have been signs that I was not cis since I was like an elementary schooler. For my entire life, I have never been really interested in following many gender anything. None of the preconceived notions as to what gender should be were things that I was particularly interested in growing up. I thought it was stupid that I had to wear a shirt as a kid. All of our family photos of me as a little kid until I was, I think, like a 4th grader, I'm like shirtless in the summer. I didn't care. I was like, it's hot out. I'm not wearing it. Why does my neighbor not get to wear a shirt? But I have to. This is messed up. So that's like early sign 1. Early sign 2 is that I had an aunt when I was a kid. Well, I mean, I still have her. She's still around. But when I looked at her as a kid and looked at my mom and my grandmoms and other relatives, I looked at this aunt and I was like, man, I hope I grow up to look just like her and not like anyone else, specifically because this aunt was completely flat-chested. Still is. I don't know why I'm saying was. She's still around and she still is completely flat-chested. And I remember thinking, man, I hope I turn out like her, because my mom is not. My mother's quite well endowed. My sister's quite well endowed. My grandmothers are both quite well endowed. I won a lot! I didn't get it somehow. I don't know how I lucked out. I managed to, I guess, via force of will through my brain, summon the powers of whatever that aunt got, and I got it too, which was fantastic. But that's like a thing that, when you think about, most children at the age of like 12 aren't like, man, I hope I look like a cutting board forever. And then when I will say, I am not perfectly flat, as nobody who is probably AFAB can be. When I started to develop just like a little bit when I was in high school, I was like, sometimes you get these like terrible intrusive thoughts about like ways that you would deal with handling the dysphoria you're feeling. I didn't know it was dysphoria at that time. I didn't quite know why it was upsetting me or why I was having these kinds of thoughts, but it's not uncommon in trans communities or non-binary communities for people to have thoughts to the degree of like, oh man, I wish that like I got breast cancer so that I would have to have a medical reason that would be covered for them to just remove this. That's not an uncommon thought. For as crazy as that may sound, that is not uncommon to think of, because when you are in that kind of stress where you are feeling such a disconnect with your body that it is disturbing you and it does not feel like something you can relate to and that, doesn't feel like home, your brain will go to extremes to try and find paths forward, especially when you have other things going on in the mix, if it be depression or anxiety or anything else. So like, as a high schooler, I was like, man, I would do anything to make sure that nothing progresses beyond this. And when I was in college, I finally found out that being non-binary was a thing. We talked about the fact that I grew up in Appalachia. I grew up where that wasn't really a thing. I didn't really have any... I wasn't really exposed to very much of that, surprisingly. Despite the fact that I was on Tumblr, most of it missed me. One of my aunts came out as trans when I was in high school, and that was my first understanding of anything gender-wise going on. But I knew at that point, I was like, well, I don't want to be a man. I don't really want to be a boy. I don't really want to, like, you know, do that. So I was like, that doesn't seem like me. But when I was in college, I did find out that was an option because I was in art school. And there were many other people who were trying out pronouns and different ways of dressing and not adhering to gender standards and stuff like that. And I kept it kind of a secret, but my senior year of undergrad was when I was like, hey, could you all call me a different name, please? Hey, could you all use the they, them for me, probably only, please? Hey, I'm not gonna dress the way that anybody wants me to dress at all. I'm gonna dress as androgynously as possible. But yeah, there have been signs my whole life, and it was just one of those things where, like, you just realize that it is not normal to hope that you get breast cancer. Or to prevent you from ever having anything in the chest department, or to be modifying your workouts to de-emphasize certain parts of your body and emphasize other parts of your body in a way that is not consistent with other people who, for all intents and purposes, seem to identify the same way that you do. That's usually how I find a lot of my friends found out as well that they were non-binary. Yeah. Is America Appalachia conservative? Yes. Incredibly. Unfortunately, it's one of those things where a lot of rural or impoverished areas tend to be a bit more conservative. And that was the experience growing up. I will say, for what it's worth, my family, my immediate family, does not actually know that I'm non-binary. I actually tried to come out to them via my master's. My master's exhibition was about gender identity, and my master's thesis is also about gender identity. And it went right over their heads. Like, my family is not, they're not bigoted people. But they, like me, just aren't aware that that's something that exists. And I just have not come out, like, right out to tell them. Because it doesn't matter at this point. I don't care that much if they know. Because the other problem is that if they know, my parents are the only ones that could. My extended family, especially the Appalachian ones, could never find out because they would not be nice about it. And sometimes it is the safest way to be, is to be safe. It is to not come out. Sometimes the closet is a safer place to be. As much as it may suck, you may just have to wait until you are in a place and time where it is safe for you to be loud and proudly yourself. Which, you know, maybe once you move out. The fact that my family extended family is not supportive of those things does not impact me on the daily. Thankfully. I benefit from the fact that I still pass as cis enough for my grandparents to not question me, and my other relatives who are not accepting those things, they don't question me. However, I do get to live the life that I want to live away from them, now that I don't live with them anymore. You just have to wait, as much as that may suck sometimes. Would you say that you embody your model? Funny enough, some of the things yes, some of the things no. Like, my outfit that I wear, I think embodies me very well. Strangely enough, I hate having long hair. My real hair, anybody who met me at Otakon, I have a pixie cut. I've had a pixie cut since I was, like 14. And I hate having long hair. I often joke that my mental stability is proportional to, or inversely proportional to hair length. So, like, I'm more mentally stable the less hair I have. So anytime that I let my hair grow out too long, like during COVID or something like that, I start, like, getting, like... But it's funny because I don't mind it on Squiiji. It just isn't representational of me as a person, which is funny because EG is the character that I play. So I don't mind it on EG. I just don't think it represents how I actually am. I like that Amber immediately redeemed short hair. It's already triggered. That's why I didn't go a second time. I have short hair now. Bald EG is hyper stable. That's why I say when you guys toggle it, I'm like, oh, I'm so slay. I'm so cool. It looks so good on me. Because I don't mind it. If I had the skull shape where I could actually shave my head, I totally would. I would totally shave my head as a real person. However, my head is shaped like a triangular prism. Therefore, I cannot do it. I do not have the skull shape for a shaved head. Yeah, look at me, so slay. I'm so cool. Low-key, if my hair weren't so good for silhouette, I probably would do something else with it, but it's so good for silhouette. I can't give up on it. Oh, everything's on fire. Don't look at the back of my head, please. Hang on, come back over here. Everything's fine. Everything's great. I have a funny little orbiting eyeball, and I've embraced the darkness in my face. Squiiji, the pixie cut was cute. Thanks! I'm glad you think so! Budget Eldridge? I guess this kind of is budget-esque Eldritch EG. Would you trust this fella to answer your questions that you're submitting? Maybe. But I hope that answers the question about how I realized it. It was just realizing that a lot of the things that I did were not typical experiences, and I didn't figure those things out until I'd talked to other people about experiences I had talked to trusted fellas to find out that it wasn't typical, maybe, of somebody who is a girl to feel those things, which is why I don't identify as a girl. Yeah, finding yourself is a journey. It takes time, and like one of the things that I always say is I identify as bisexual. I'm asexual. I think I'm asexual biromantic. I'm probably actually pan, if we're being honest. But bi was just the term I had first, and I'm attached to it, and I think the flag has pretty colors. So, it's a journey. You can identify as whatever you want. And nobody should fight you about it. Bi is easier to explain? Yes, it is! Yes, it is. I will agree with that also, in that my parents are very confused by pan as a orientation. Just because they don't really understand that there's any other options. Reason we've got bi/pan? Yeah. Question, I thought this was people sending in Yap topics. Kind of. I mean, they're sending in questions that they would like me to ask. I am answering all the questions that are being sent in. Some of them are just questions about things people have been wanting to ask me maybe for a while, or VTubing, or, I guess the community at large. Yeah. I don't know what the difference is. Honestly, at this point, I don't know if I know what the difference is between bi and pan. Because once upon a time, in 2012, bisexual was defined as liking both genders. Which to me, as somebody who didn't know there were any other options other than two genders, I was like, sure, I'm that. But bi nowadays has been extended to liking both the gender that you are, as well as other genders, potentially plural, and I think pan just means that you like people regardless of gender. So I think the definition or the distinction between them is important to some people, but to me, I don't know if it's that different to me. Two genders, pan is everyone. Difference is you like color fade or primary colors. Yeah, low-key. Bi specifies between traditionally male or female. Pan describes having no preference to any gender identity. Yeah, I would say that the lines have definitely blurred a lot the past few years, because I would say that, I don't know, I think things have blurred a lot, and I think that labels do evolve over time also, right? So I don't think we can be sticking with just what the definition of bi was in 2012. It can evolve with the times to say that bi is liking the gender that you are, and another one, or something else. I don't know. Bi is having a preference, but liking several genders, pan being no preference in all genders. Could be. I think it means whatever it means to the individual who identifies as it. Whereas to me, being bi means that I have a crush on Joby, and I'm going to spend my life with Joby. So, I have not felt any need to redefine who I am, because I only have eyes for one shroom. So, I haven't needed to. But Joby and I have an interesting situation, too, where both of us are non-binary, which is intriguing also. Joby mentioned. Yeah. Joby romantic. Yeah! Joby identified as being straight until, a year into dating me, and then was like, wait, does this bother you that I'm straight? I was like, are you straight? And they were like, probably not. I was like, I don't know. I was like, how can you be non-binary and straight. I don't know if that works. That combo is a little confusing. I don't know what that implies. And same thing for them, though. They were like, well, I started dating you and didn't feel the need to redefine it because I liked you, so, like, that doesn't matter. Never even thought about that? Yeah, right? But, like, Joby has dated non-binary people before me, also, and I was like, interesting, because, like, they didn't mind either. But to trigger very specific rage, does anyone here remember the TERF movement? What do you remember? As if it's gone? Man, I wish it was gone. Yeah, I remember it. What do you mean? I wish it was gone. I wish it was a distant memory. That's still around, unfortunately, and I hate them, and I wish they'd go away. Yeah, it's still happening, unfortunately. Boo! Boo! Trans exclusionary radical feminists. The teacher of the women's studies course at my undergrad was a TERF, and it was crazy! Can you imagine having somebody who is in charge of the women's study program? Also, she was the chair of the art department, who was a TERF? Crazy Dio. Insanity! I've talked about her before. She was awful. She's also the one who said the N-word in class. And when the school questioned her about it, she said it was okay because her wife was from Argentina, and the school said, okay, that's fine. White women truly get away with anything. TERF? That's a good question for our Q&A. TERF is a trans exclusionary radical feminist, which essentially just means that they are people who call themselves feminists, but don't believe that trans women are women. Which is not a very feminist thing to do at all. Not even slightly a feminist thing to do or say. So they're just not feminists, honestly. They are completely mislabeling themselves. Or not and. Argentina, I'm screaming. Yeah, as if people from Argentina say that word. Wild, huh? My country, it's TERFs. It doesn't mean I agree with the country. Oh. A lot of them have now gone the route of trad wives too, which is crazy. That is wild also. But hear me out here. Being a trad wife, depending on how we're going to define what trad wife is, being a stay-at-home mom, if that is the thing that you want to do, is still a feminist thing. Feminism is about the right to choose what you want your future to be. If your dream from day one has been that you want to be a mom and that you want to stay at home, you want to work from home, you enjoy cleaning, you enjoy cooking, you enjoy doing those things, that's fine. You can absolutely do those things. Feminism supports that. Supports the right to do it. Yeah, but you shouldn't have to do that. That's where we get into troubles potentially. I have some interesting questions happening here right now. Just Google trans people have rights. In my country, just discrimination is still a thing. Oh yeah, for sure. I would imagine that anywhere that trans people have rights, there's still discrimination, unfortunately. Same as we were talking about earlier. We are not free from the clutches of racism. We are not free from the clutches of homophobia or transphobia, or probably anything you can end with the word phobia for that matter. Arachnophobia. We're not free from any of that, unfortunately, because people hold on to the old ways, and even though they probably really, really shouldn't, they don't adapt to change. They don't adapt to the times. They get stubborn. So do me a favor, all of you, as you grow up, stay open-minded to new things. It may sound funny and strange to you, but at least be neutral towards them. At least say, that's fine, doesn't impact me, to things. That's the best way of doing things. If you are presented with new and confusing concepts that you don't know how to handle, say, doesn't impact me. As long as it doesn't impact you, of course. Their right, other people's right to act the way that they want to within themselves is theirs. They can do that if they want. Doesn't impact you. I'm not saying that we should allow other people to be bigots. I'm saying we should allow other people to express themselves the way they want. That's what I'm saying. I'd vote for EG. God, don't. I'm already in charge of your country. I'm in charge of the Shroom State already. But I don't want any kind of power. No way, no how, not even slightly. Do not write me into a ballot. God, in America, we need your votes in the right place. And that place is not me, because they're not going to elect me and I can't do anything. I would not be a good political figure at all, even slightly. I'm too goofy. I'm too queer. I think also they probably would find a way to not elect me to things because I'm physically disabled also. They'd find a way to say, not you. Not you. Yeah. They're pro-segregated sports? What are we talking about? Use two code words in describing queer people? Yeah, that's difficult. That is difficult. Gary for president? I don't think he should be president either. He's a CEO. People who are businessmen should also not be elected officials, probably also. That's a conflict of interest. Gary, you can't. No. Not at all, even slightly. Saying they don't want me in the army? Yeah, for as much as I think they extended the draft age, I'm undraftable. I'm safe. I'll never die for things I don't believe in. Take that. But in return, I'm going to spend $800 a month on medication for the rest of my life. Pick our battles, I guess. I say as if I picked this battle, but it's okay, don't worry.
A piece of concrete in every pot.
Oh, hey, that's a good stance to run on, Gary. I don't know if that is a stance to run on. I don't know how the common populace would feel about that, but interesting. Also, I'm not old enough to run for president, so don't even write me in under that circumstance. I think you have to be, I think it's 35, right, to run? I'm not in my 30s. I can't run. They couldn't put me in anyway. Concrete for 2028. Hey, I'll vote for infrastructure for 2028 in favor of Gary, right? I think Gary would run on infrastructure, wouldn't he? Why'd it be 25? Or 25, 35? I think there is actually a good reason for that, and I think the reason is that you need to have enough life experience and work experience to have a general understanding of how things would work in the country. I think that a lot of people who may be under the age of 30, I say people including myself, just don't have enough perspective yet, where, you know, if you want to be president, you spend your 20s preparing yourself for when you can. You lay all the foundations and roots, you get your funding together, you get yourself in the right places, you get your connections and all of those things, so that maybe you can try. And I'm not saying just for president, I'm saying for most elected officials. But yeah, you do have to be rich in nepotism also, potentially, unfortunately. Hot take, I think there should be an age cap. That take is not that hot. I do also agree with that take. Debbie and I were talking about this recently with Supreme Court and other things, where the poor people in the Supreme Court have to work till they die to prevent things from changing, unfortunately. It's tough. Wild. Anyways, we don't usually talk about politics very often, so this is a rare occasion for us here. This is you can see that you can see where my allegiance lays maybe today. More so than usual. We don't tend to talk about this. It's usually like escapism, shroom state zone, but today is we talk about real things zone because people are asking me questions. And we're gonna go immediately from that question into the next question, which is, hello EG, are you well? I was wondering if you had any favorite winter or holiday traditions that you're willing to share. The duality of, we just talked about racism in the Vtuber community, and then talking about my experience as a non-binary person, and then my holiday traditions. So cute. Yeah, pivot! I'm not even intentionally pivoting us, it's just the order the questions are in. I'm sure we'll come back to more intense conversations. But do I have any winter or holiday traditions? I do there's one thing my family does over the holidays that I quite enjoy. There's actually two things that I think have been good moves for my family. The first is that we don't give gifts anymore. And that might sound kind of sad and kind of strange, but there's no kids in my family anymore. Everybody is over the age of 21 at this point in my family, pretty much. I think everyone is. Everyone's over the age of 21 at this point in my family. And so we also have my grandparents who've won the lottery, and my other grandparents who, live in a tiny little condo. So, people don't have room for stuff. So we all pool an amount of money so that we can all do an experience every year for the holidays. And we vote for what we want the experience to be around Thanksgiving. So, we're actually doing the voting this week for what we're gonna do. I think we're gonna be doing a workshop in a wood shop, actually, this year, maybe. Building signs of something? I don't quite understand it, and I think we're all taking different parts of the task. I have a feeling that I'll be in the actually using saws part with my father and my uncle. And then, my grandmom is going to do some painting or something, right? Probably. Maybe, we'll see. Lottery? Yeah, have you heard my bit that I have no luck left in my family? My grandparents on my father's side won the lottery, and my grandfather on my mother's side was struck by lightning twice. They say you're more likely to be struck by lightning twice than win the lottery, and man, they've all done it in my family. And yeah, they do live in a mansion. The mansion sucks. It's the most, suburban choice of what a mansion could ever look like. But it is at least nice for when the family gets together. There's, 6 bedrooms, so everybody can sleep in their own room, which is nice. But yeah, wild. But yeah, the tradition of us not celebrating, not giving gifts is nice. It takes a lot of stress off, because trying to find an individual gift for every single member of a family every year can be a lot, especially when, like, I don't make a lot of money, my parents don't make a ton of money, my sister actually makes a decent amount of money, but, like, it takes a lot of the stress off. But then also the second, like, holiday thing that I enjoy that we do is we have a gingerbread house contest every year where we draw names and we split into 2 teams, and then we have, like, generally something that may or may not be, like, a theme that we have to follow, where, like, both teams can interpret, like, a prompt. We're gonna be doing our 4th year of it this year, and it's so much fun. I love it because everybody wants me. It's, like, the one time where we have, like, an event where, like, I get to pull my skills out, because most of the time it's like, oh, my father plays his guitar for something, or, like, my uncle does, like, fireworks displays, and that's good for the 4th of July and something. I'm the MVP of the the gingerbread house contest, let me tell you! Everybody wants me on their team. I get to be the art director, and it's so fun. And I get to tell people, hey, try and combine these different things to do this. Hey, this would be a creative way of reinterpreting this into that thing. All these other little things. Yeah, I am a first pick. If it was draft style, I would be the first pick, but it's all picking names out of a cup, and I know the minute somebody gets me, because it's like a little, like, yeah moment. And my team usually wins. Maybe unfair, but we also do have rules where, like, Jubby and I are not allowed to be on the same team, which is kind of sad, but that would be incredibly even more unfair, because Jubby also is an art teacher. So, like, it would not be fair. Although I do beat Jubby still. Jubby's a photographer, so it's not as direct of a benefit, maybe, but they have a good eye for sculpture and stuff like that, which does help. But yeah. Do you have a rubric for the gingerbread house? We don't, but we poll a bunch of, like, family friends where they don't get to figure out who created each one, and we have them vote. Jubby lore dropped. What is the Jubby lore that I dropped? That Jubby's a photographer? Jubby is a photographer. I do beat Jubby in the gingerbread competition, but Jubby beats me in plenty of other things, so it's not like there's a one-sided thing happening. Hang on, what are you guys saying? Guitar, how many times have you been subjected to Wonderwall? Never, 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 never. Never, not ever, not even once, not even slightly, ever. My father is a metalhead. He would never. My father plays mostly, like, he'll play a little AC/DC sometimes. He plays Metallica. He plays, but, like, mostly he's like, here's something by Slayer. Or here's something, here's Iron Maiden, here's Megadeth, here's, every once in a while, we'll get, like, a Rolling Stones, which is interesting. But yeah, no, never a Wonderwall, not ever. Extra credit where you design gingerbread cookies. That would just be making, OCs for Cookie Run Kingdom, wouldn't it be? Did you win anytime or every time? I won often for the gingerbread house competition. We've only done it 4 times, and out of the 4 times, I won twice, lost once, and we tied once. So I think I have a good ratio on that, right? I think pretty good on the ratio there. Wait, hang on, there was another question? Let me go back up. I see somebody answering already with VGen. Serious question. If you're awesome at critiquing, is there a way for people to come to you for that? Yeah, my VGen. Yeah, they did plug. There's the VTuber design critique form, and then you can skip the queue via my VGen. I will say there is still a queue for that. That's out a little ways. I'm working on a new way of scheduling that might actually help with that quite a lot. But yeah, on VGen, $30 for half an hour for critique if you would like. Has Fungi Father ever played Skyrim? No, but he has played a Lord of the Rings MMORPG? He's played a lot of Nintendo games. He's who got me into playing games also. He played Mario 64 while my little sister and I watched when we were kids. We have his Game Boy now in our apartment. He was a little bit of a gamer, not a huge gamer. I have a really funny video of him playing Beat Saber on my Quest also. Because he was really excited to try that one. And also the reason why I have a Switch is because he wanted to play Monster Hunter on it. LOTR Online, that game is one of the MMOs of all time. That's probably what it was. He played it on my laptop also. But yeah, I am very much more like Fungi Father than I am like Shroom Mom. At least in interests. I think my personality is more similar to my mother, but that's maybe not fantastic. I have the particularity of her where I am hyper specific about things. I got the neurodivergence from her side of the family. Thank you, Aaron and Squiiji, for the help. Yeah, of course. Has Fungi Father listened to Baby Metal? Yeah, he's listened to Baby Metal. I don't know what his thoughts are on Baby Metal, but I know he's listened to them before. He used to listen to all the bands I listened to in high school too, when I was listening to like Warped Tour bands, and he liked those ones, which was good. Good for him. Let me see, do we have a next question? Hello, E.G. I hope you're well. Was wondering if you had any favorite winter or holiday oh wait, that's the same one I just read. What's your favorite type of drink? Maybe a favorite for every season? Oh god, for every season? I like hot chalky. Kind of year-round. I will drink a hot chalky at any point in time. I don't care if it is 80 degrees outside or 90 or 100. I will drink a hot chalky. Indoors. I won't drink it outside. My other perpetual favorite beverage is my Werner's ginger ale. Not sponsored. Oh, it's so good. Caramely and gingery and like kind of slightly spicy in a way that'll make you sneeze when you open the can. Oh, it's so good. I love ginger ale. Ginger ale is so good. Not basic. Thanks. I'm sorry you think I'm basic. For every season though, I really don't have seasonal drinks. I'm not really like that. I mostly, if I'm being so honest with you, I pretty much mostly drink water. And I drink ginger ale as a treat, and I drink hot chalky as a treat, and I'll have like a cup of tea maybe for breakfast sometimes, but not incredibly often. Did you listen to Narita Bryan's song Blaze? I have. Do you think it'll sound like Meteora era Linkin Park? A little bit. I can see what you're saying. I can see what you're saying. I just got... Is that the one I just got? Is that the one that's connected to her story in Uma Musume? I think I just got it. If I'm thinking of the right one. I've listened to the whole all of the Uma Musume songs. I have a playlist for Uma Musume songs. I just don't know which one is which, but I think I know the one you're talking about. I believe. I think so. Okay, yeah. I think I can see what you're saying. I can see it. Way to be a basic white them, e.g. JK. Sorry. I don't think I'm that basic. I think I have some uniqueness about me, maybe. I don't think I am the plain slice of bread that I was showing yesterday. I think I have more interest to be, maybe. Potentially. Hopefully. Let me refresh the page and see how many submissions have come in since I did this, which was not 13 minutes ago. I am, in fact, human. Actually, I'm really not, but watch. I'll click the box anyway, and it believes me. Haha, they won't catch me. May have some unique individual, maybe. Who knows? You'll never know. Never truly. We'll never find out. Let me see. Oh, wait, there's some interesting stuff in here. Hang on. An hour ago. Hang on, I gotta... What? Does Gary have toe beans? No. Gary doesn't have toes. Gary just has a whole lump of a foot. Where do we go for the Q&A? Oh, wait, it unpinned. Hang on. I'm glad you said that because it unpinned itself. Hang on, let me get the pin back up. Gary has pseudopods. Yeah, whatever those are, probably. Let me grab my link again. Sorry about that. I thought I had the link up still. I guess I forgot to hit the button that makes it stay forever. Rookie move. Oh, I did ask that earlier? Sorry, Selva, I didn't see it. Ah. No, wait, hang on. Call for messages. Let me grab mine again. I'll paste it in here and then I will pin it again. Thank you for letting me know. There we go. Let me make sure I pin it and that it stays pinned. Okay, unpin after. Oh man, I hate that it doesn't just by default leave it pinned forever because that is, I don't ever want it to unpin after customized time. I want it to stay for the whole stream usually. Pretty much always exclusively, I want it to stay. Hang on. Let me scroll down so I can see where we left off. Wow, there's a bunch. I can guess who some of these are from. Let's see. Okay, wait, we did this one. Holiday, beverage. Here we go. Okay, found it. I found where we are. Hi, EG. Technical question for you. Would you be able to make a video on how to set up the redeem animations for 3D, please? Like the mushroom with the here redeem. I can literally show you right now. If you want me to. I can show you right this second how it's set up. I use a program called Vnyan, which is a 3D VTuber program. If you are 2D, you will have to do something else. But if you are 3D, all of my stuff is built in the node system in Vnyan. There's a similar system in Warudo, but I don't really use Warudo, just because I'm more comfortable with Vnyan. But if I come to, let's see, if I come to this room, I can actually show you how it's set up. Bam. Peek behind the scenes here. E.G.ception. I've got a weird pink outline on still because this is a different room, but if we come into, oh wait, you can't see the sidebar. I pulled over here. So in Vignon, there's a sidebar where you have an area that is called node graphs. This is where you build all the cool and fun, interesting things. So my here redeem, if we look in here, I've got a whole area for Twitch redeems and it lags my computer every time I open it. But all of my redeems are more or less essentially a channel point redeem node, which you can just search for over here, with the name of what you want it to be called, which is what you're going to call the redeem in Twitch, so that way it knows to trigger it. You can set up the Twitch integration by signing into your Twitch account through the settings in Vignon, and then you just end up setting like a prop to be thrown at you. There's a thing called throwables. Let me see if this is one. Yeah, throw item. So this will throw that item at you, and you can tell it how long to hang out for. So my here redeem just tells it to throw one 3D shroomate at me whenever somebody redeems the redeem here. But there's a lot more you can do with them. If you're interested in that, I've done a couple of streams where we build redeems together while I'm live. Me find one and I can link it so that way if anybody is intrigued, I can find it for you. Closes out of my Umusume training videos. YouTube Studio had an update, so you can directly connect to Twitch instead of using Mix It Up. Ooh, that's nice. That sounds pretty good. Let me find that video fast quick. When was the last time I did that? I don't think I've made new redeems on stream in a minute. But that should give a good overview of how I go about doing them in a little more depth. But I think this is just a quick way of showing how it works. But yeah, 3D, let's go! 3D, yippee! Oh, wait, wow, it has been a long time. Maybe we should do another one of those soon. Because it seems like I haven't done that in close to a year, maybe. I think the last time I did it was for the Creator Carousel, which was about a year ago. Wild. Yeah, wait. Yeah, here's one of them. This is an older one, potentially. But if I share or copy that, here's a link. Visual programming, OMG. Yeah, it's visual programming, which is really nice. Naruto has the same kind of thing. There you go. So whoever, if you were interested, if you are here, that is a link to where I spent an entire stream setting those kinds of things up and doing some 3D modeling for it too. Still have to use TATS for throwables though? Yes. That is what the name is called. That is what it's called. It's Twitch Integrated Throwing System, and they were doing that on purpose to be funny and silly, let me tell you. There we go. Let me pull us back into the question room though. There we go. So I hope that helps. Oh, I'm in the wrong spot. Come back over here. There we go. Let's see what's next. Unsure if I should pursue art as a career. I don't know if I have enough prospects as I do mainly character design. So here I actually have some particular thoughts about this right now, especially because it is impacting my livelihood. All of that. So should you pursue art as a career? That is a very tough question to answer because on one hand, I will tell you, I pursued art as a career. I had to come to terms with the fact that by pursuing art as a career, you are pursuing a path in life that will be more difficult, potentially on average, than many of your peers, depending on what you are doing. So there are certain areas in art that there are a lot more openings for work in. So graphic design seems to be the evergreen of if you need to work in art, there are always graphic design positions open. However, a lot of that isn't being impacted by AI nonsense now, so job security, not always fantastic. But what I will say is that the best thing you can do for yourself if you want to get an art education is to specialize. Specialize in something. Whether that be, if you want to specialize in character design, really, truly specialize in it. Make sure you are attending a school that has programs for character design, where you can take classes on character design. Or if you're trying to supplement your education on your own, make sure that you are watching character designers, seeing what they do, taking good notes. Because there are positions for character design out there, but it is incredibly competitive, especially because a lot of character design is mostly going towards the game industry nowadays. There is some for, for TV and for movies and stuff, but so much of what you find on TV anymore is not something that character design impacts. Everything, not everything, but the bulk of movies and TV nowadays are live action, whereas they used to be animation and used to have character designers. So that field isn't as large as it used to be, unfortunately. But on top of that, I would say that there are a lot of art jobs that are the ones people don't talk about very often, that are the ones that there's also sort of a perpetual need for because they're not as common. The training for them isn't as common. So if you are somebody who likes art, you are an artist, but you also have any amount of connection to math, look into UI and UX design for user interface, user experience design, because then that is something that everyone still needs. That's something that goes into website development, game development, app development. It's needed everywhere. And you do need to be a designer in order to create things that look nice for that also. And even if, your true calling is still drawing people and having fun with that, you are going to have a career that is at least somewhat fulfilling to you. Yeah, motion graphics as well. That's another big one. 3D, surprisingly, there's a lot of work in that for CG, especially if you're okay with that kind of pipeline. But specialize. Also, special effects is a whole department. People who solely illustrate items for inventories for games, that's a specialization. Specialize! I will say that unfortunately, character design is the probably most competitive part of any art pipeline. So you do have to find a way to give yourself an edge also if you are going to go down that path. You need to have and make sure that you work on having extremely strong illustration skills and concepting skills and research skills. It's hard. Getting ahead in that industry, it's like VTubing. You gotta set yourself apart doing something. Specialize as well. Don't just draw everything. Are you going to specialize in robotic character designs? Are you going to specialize in animal character designs, in cartoon character designs? Build a portfolio that is tailored to that particular angle, because often you will have a better time finding a career if you are not necessarily a generalist. You are more a specialist. Yeah. Squeege, I have a question. How can I make a good Vtuber model with an anime style that's pretty different from typical anime? Think about medium, I would say. Think about, there are a million anime art styles. Think about medium. Can you draw something that is lineless and make that a VTuber model that still looks anime? Can you draw something that has cell shading versus smooth shading, or something that has painterly shading, or something that looks like it is an anime watercolor painting, or something that looks like an anime-styled oil painting? Think about medium. But style, there's a million things that impact style. There's a million different ways of drawing eyes within anime. So I think you just have to do research and find what individual elements are calling out to you that you enjoy looking at. Yeah, pencil texture instead of lines, exactly. There's a lot of different options out there. You just have to research and find what options there are. Find different things that you enjoy and then pull them into your own design if you can. Yeah. Oh, I will take a sip of water, thank you. I may have to run to the bathroom again. I can't believe I keep doing this to myself during streams. I keep drinking so much water. This was never a problem before. I hadn't thought of this, but it makes sense. Characters are in the spotlight, but the UI and some of the other things make a game an enjoyable experience. Exactly. In gaming, there's people whose whole job is level design as well, where it's level design or props design or background design. And those are all positions that, while they don't, have as much of the spotlight on them, they are truly things that can make or break an experience in a game as well, or in an anime, or in a TV show, or in a movie. And they are all things that need people. They all need artists for those things. As much as some of them think they can use an AI right now, they're gonna figure it out real quick. You can't. Background design is the best? Yeah! Bad levels can absolutely break a game and make it not fun at all. Not even slightly. Can draw a very weird anime look-alike style. I'm afraid I'm not knowing how to make a good character. See, I think style and creating a strong, effective character design are not necessarily the same thing, because you can create a strong character design in any art style, theoretically. You just have to figure out how to make it work with the style you're using. If you have a more unique, you're calling it a weird anime look-alike style, do it. Just draw it. Just make it your style. People tell me that I don't have as typically of an anime style model, And I find that really strange to hear because I think I'm a very typical anime style fella. And like my art style when I draw things myself, if you look at my little thumbnail I drew up there, I draw things a little chibi. My art is a little bit more cartoony in its influence, but just do things the way that you do them, potentially, if you can. Oh wait, TV Head, thank you for resubscribing. Hang on, I don't know how I missed that. I must have been yapping too hard. Good afternoon, I hope you're having a fantastic stream. Thank you. Thank you for subscribing. I hope you enjoy your continued rotation. And you only have 1 Prime sub a month, so I'm honored to use it for me. Thank you. Also, our chat is only in English because that is the only language I am fluent in. I am so sorry. I'm also seeing words that I think relate to FNAF. I don't know what that's about. I don't know what's going on there. Yippee! Yeah, rotation. We can rotate and post because we accidentally missed it. Love your character. I love mushrooms. Thanks. I also love mushrooms. I also designed me myself. Which thank you. You're gonna do a little rotate. I am going to real quick here. I'm going to run to the bathroom. You guys can keep thinking about questions to ask and answers to questions, and maybe throw things at me, and maybe you can watch Gary, make sure he's good, make sure he bounces around the screen safely. I will be right back. It'll take me like less than a minute. I'll be right back. Be good. No fires. Oh, I guess I'm gonna be stuck right there. Just looking into the void. That's terrifying. Pardon me? I see you guys didn't really listen. Oh wait, I didn't close my door. Evil Bubsy, what are you doing? Why are you shaking Moobot? Did Moobot do something? You guys betraying each other? What's happening? What is Bubsy? Bubsy is a mascot of a video game that is not considered to be particularly especially good. It's a battle royale right now. Yeah, seemingly. Hi. How long was I gone for? Did you time me? Did Gary hit the corner? Gary should also be on top of everything so you can see him properly when he goes behind the pin notes. I'll have to fix that. Here he is. Bam. As he floats around the screen. I'm back though. Don't worry, all the fires have been put out. All the arsonists have been spritzed with water. Thanks, Amber! I appreciate it! Just give up the thought. Could be nice of a 90s anime style VTuber? Yes! There's actually 90s anime style VTubers that I've seen before, and they are lovely. I love their style. It's really good. It does help them to stand out especially well. I'm trying to think off the top of my head who there is. Oh, but I can't think of a name right now, though. Oh, I follow a couple on Twitter, though. There's a lot of them. But yeah, if you Google it, you might find a couple. But that is a good, more niche art style you could use if you want. Can never be stopped? Don't stop me now. Don't worry, we have been stopped, though. Please help I don't know. Ice physics? Ice physics? What is ice physics? Does ice have physics? Is the physics of ice just ice melting? Or freezing? What do you mean? I don't know what you're saying. This is not scary, EG. I don't think I'm scary. I think this is me being scared. Slip and slide. Oh! I was thinking of like the physics of like an ice cube. I forgot that there's a concept known as standing on ice. Like a frozen pond or something. Ice physics is in video game physics of characters on ice. Yeah, I was just thinking about the physics of like, I'm holding ice in my hand. It either melts or it freezes and is cold. I guess that's all physics related to it, right? Oh yeah, Osho. Yeah, Osho is a 90s VTuber. You're right. Or I'd say some of Osho stuff is even kind of like 80s to 90s, but yeah, Osho is a fantastic example. Osho even really specifically crafts all of the overlays to match that style as well, which makes it even better. Yeah, that's true. This is true. Thank you for saying that. Actually, I'm betrayed by my own self that I didn't think of that off the top of my head. Loey. Yeah, Loey, you're right, is also 90s inspired. Yeah, that's true, yeah. It's good for branding. As are any type of more specific art style. I love the, like, toon style VTubers. We've rated into Biddles, I think, once or twice. Also, Pumpkin Potion is another good example of that, too, where they're anime, but they're kind of like anime meets rubber hose art style, which is interesting. Like, I really feel like art style is one way that we can branch out in VTubing art style so much. It's so cool. That'd be cool. Having a redeemable as an ice cube in your head that slowly melts before being allowed to be redeemed again. Is that your redeem for telling the streamer they need to chill, maybe? That's a different kind of cozy EG. That's the EG, please, for the love of God, calm down, chill. Oh, I guess brain freeze also, maybe, yeah. Sky Children of Light PNG tuber. Their PNG is so cute. It's cute as an actual VTuber. Oh, they may have to be careful about that, though, because if they are trying to be a character of a game, that could be legal troubles. Be careful. Try to make sure that your designs are legally distinct enough from anything that you are mimicking that you're not going to get in trouble. I do get nervous every time I see one of those where it's like, customizable Hollow Knight model that you can use on stream. I'm selling it for money. I don't think Team Cherry's gonna come after you. I don't think they will. But if you do that for other things, you're probably gonna get cease and desisted. That's not your IP. You can't sell things based on it. That's not how it works, unfortunately. Dangerous. But yeah, also, Sammy has done a bunch of really interesting stylistic models as well. Yeah, there was a, like, Rococo style painting one. There's an Art Nouveau one. Some neat stuff, yeah. Man, which, for those reasons alone, I wish that I would have gone the live 2D route maybe instead of 3D, but I need hands. And the range of motion that I need to have to not feel like I'm so incredibly stiff, wouldn't work. So I'm trying to figure out how I can make myself like a watercolor painted or ink drawn texture for my 3D, maybe. We'll see. Let me see what the next question is. Blender oh wait, I didn't finish answering this one. Unsure if I should pursue art as a career. I will say, as many people who have pursued it as a career, do wind up having some misgivings about it. Especially because if you are not lucky, you may not find work in it. Technically, I'm kind of working in it right now, but, you know, the regret does kind of follow you of, you know, if only I would have just gone a normal route, it would have been easier, and I could have done this on the side. But then, you know, if you had gone that route, you definitely would be thinking while you were in that job, man, I hate my job, I wish I would have gone for the art degree. So, like, you do just have to figure out what is more important to you. Is it stability, or is it your dream? Because I'll tell you, Jubby and I both picked the dream route, and it ain't easy. It's not the easiest thing to do. There are ways to make it work, but it can't be easy. And art is one of those things where, unfortunately, you are often having to choose between the dream and the stability. And it is tough. But, as I was saying earlier, if you specialize, you can make the odds of the dream working out a lot higher. They can make it a lot higher. Potentially. Let me see. Blender tutorial when, oh shroom parent? I don't think I am the right person to go to for a Blender tutorial. If I'm being so honest and so frank with you, when I 3D model, especially high poly, the things that I do are, I don't do things in maybe the best way, or the fastest way, or the most efficient way, or the easiest to teach way. And my low poly models, like, I guess I could. I just fear that I don't have the credentials for that. I think that there are people who have already created Blender tutorials that have done a far better job than I could possibly do with explaining it, just because it's so technical in a way that I don't think I would do justice. I have an area in our server, in the Discord server, where we have a bunch of links to people who have created tutorials for 3D, both for low poly and for high poly, especially for anime, and I think you'd be better going to them than you would be going to me for that kind of stuff. I've talked about maybe one day showing how I do my voxel models, because that's a little bit unique and unusual the way that I do those, but I Probably never from me. I worry, I know I'm probably, you know, not giving myself enough credit, but I fear that I don't have the credentials for that. I fear that I would let you down. I fear that it would not be as easy to understand, potentially. Yeah, Rainhead for Vroid, yeah, is good if you're doing that. Ooh, what is their name? There's a really good low poly tutorial that I saw recently. Crash Sune. Crash Sune has a low poly, like, academy that could be good. Useful crash in the Discord. If you want the Discord, bam, there it is. Corporate job also means dental and health insurance. Yeah, that is the thing that I am running into, as you can imagine. Somebody works as a freelance and corporate graphic designer. Corporate road is easier, less hunting for work and easier accounting. Yeah! Oh yeah, the accounting. Man, let me tell you, my tax situation is ridiculous. Insanity. I have so many forms that I have to submit. It's terrifying. I have somebody who looks at mine to make sure I'm not committing tax fraud, and they're like, yeah, you're good, you got it. But I'd be terrified if I didn't. I'd be so scared. Freelance is not for the weak of heart, let me tell you. A lot of people get in freelance thinking, oh, I can just do everything myself. Yippee! Be so for real with yourself. If you are not a master organizer, you are going to have a nightmare. Not just handling with things with clients, but also managing your time to get the actual work done, and also doing the accounting and taxes and all those kinds of things. It's crazy. Guess your sister helps your accounting? No, my sister does not have that kind of business degree. My sister has a degree in supply chain. Totally different. Nope, not her. Nope. Could just do everything myself? Yes, for 60 to 80 hours a week. Exactly. That is the other thing. That is the other reason why I would caution you. I scrape by every month, if I'm being so free with all of you. I scrape by. I make it. I'm doing it. I'm surviving. I'm not thriving, though, which is why I've been looking for other work. And I work more hours a week than most people probably do. I think I work close to 60 hours a week, for being so honest. I work, especially because I'm working until 6 or later, I'm often still doing VTubing stuff for an hour after I finish streaming, even if I'm eating or doing other things. So, like, it's a lot. It's a lot. It ain't an easy lifestyle. Doing a 1099, I have a couple of 1099s. I think I actually have 2 or 3 1099s, actually. I have one that comes from VGen, I have one that comes from Fourth Wall, I have a different 1099 I think that comes from YouTube. Most of my taxes are in 1099s for miscellaneous, which is interesting. For larger clients, I would send them a 1099, smaller, no. Oh, yeah, oh, if you're sending them that, yeah. Sorry, maybe that question wasn't for me. Anyways, what's your schedule looking like exactly? Oh, interesting you ask that. So, Mondays, Monday morning from usually, like, 7:30 until 10 is usually trying to make all of my thumbnails and make my schedule. Then I usually have consultations after that until, like, 2 o'clock. Then I'm usually posting my schedule and doing a couple of other things, and I end up taking a break, and then I go back to doing consultation work, probably. On Tuesdays, I end up doing consultation work all morning up until about 2 o'clock, in which case I switch over to doing, or I may have a couple of consultations after, it kind of varies a little bit, but between consultations and after consultations, on Tuesdays, I do my 3D modeling work and my other freelance work. Same deal, Wednesday ends up being mostly the same. Oh, Monday, I forgot to say, I also stream from 2 until 6 p.m. Then Thursday is mostly the same as Monday is, except I'm doing, in that early morning slot, just other tasks. It's hard to explain my schedule, I guess. And then for an hour after stream most days, I'm still checking Twitter stuff to make sure I posted the things the correct way. I have to draw stuff to post on Twitter. I edit videos between consultations. My schedule varies a lot by week, but usually pretty consistently is my streams are always Monday, Thursday, Friday, and Monday morning is my quick get ready for the whole week morning. And then Tuesday and Wednesday is the bulk of my consultation work, so yeah, it's a lot. How do you go about size, composition, and exaggerating shapes to build a character or scene? What are good drawing exercises to practice that? How to shape? Ooh, good question. So, the thing that I would suggest if you are trying to figure out how to use shapes to build a character is to go back to your basics. go back to construction if you were trying to draw somebody. Don't draw them in the way where you do the thing where it's like, oh, here is a ball and here is a square. Like, don't necessarily do that. Don't draw all the muscles. Draw a person as a bunch of big shapes. You are only allowed to use circle, triangle, square. Or limit yourself to, I can only use circles to draw this character. I can only use triangles to draw this character. And then, once you're drawing that character, or whatever it is that you may be drawing, allow yourself a certain, like, percentage of the design to be that shape in that any particular size. So, like, when I would be doing those sorts of practices, it'd be like, okay, I can only use squares. I am allowed 2 big squares. I am allowed, like, 6 medium squares. And I'm allowed 12 little squares. And then you have to figure out how to arrange them and scale them so you create something that A, looks like a living being, maybe, in some capacity. But then you do that a couple of times within those same constraints to iterate and see what you can creatively recombine those things to form. Where those squares can be placed, whether the big square is the stomach or the big square is the head, or maybe the big square is one of the shoulders. You gotta think outside the box to figure out where you can place them. But, you know, for figuring out how to exaggerate shapes, a lot of that also just comes down to readability too, where if you zoom out and view the whole character from a distance, if the object is something you want a viewer to notice about a character, you gotta make it big. You gotta make it big enough that you can identify what it is when you are looking at the character in totality. So stepping back is very important. I fear that that is something that doesn't happen enough for people who are almost exclusively digital artists, is that...
Spitting facts.
Oh, thanks. Is that you, because you can zoom in on something on your little PC screen, you end up focusing on all the little details before you solve your big picture. Figure out your big picture before you zoom in. If I am drawing a person, I do not zoom in until I have the anatomy laid out. Then I can zoom in and start cleaning up and doing other little things, but you have to have the whole picture in front of you to make sure you've accounted for proportioning, for exaggeration, for all of those things properly. But that is sort of tough, because one of the other things about knowing when to exaggerate and where to exaggerate does come down to intuition. And that's weird for me to say, because usually I'm somebody who has a really concrete, logical thing to tell you as a solution. I don't know if I have a concrete, logical thing to tell you, other than that if you can't see it from a distance and you need to be able to, you might have to make it bigger, potentially. Figuring out hair, trouble figuring out the overall shape. Yeah, you have to zoom out. And you gotta plan your big shape and then break it down into smaller shapes inside of it. With hair, that's especially also helpful too. Oh, I spelled Discord. I spelled Discord wrong, but somehow Moobot still triggered the command? I spelled Discord D-I-C-O-R-D. Why did I do that? Discord D-I-C-O-R-D. And Moobot, or Nightbot got it anyway. Interesting. Good work, Nightbot. But, okay, I think that kind of answers it. But yeah, how to shape? Give yourself limits. Only allow yourself to use circles. Only allow yourself to use squares. Only allow yourself to use triangles. Only allow yourself so many of those shapes to use. Limitations are what pushes us to innovate most of the time. So that is the best strategy for when you're trying to learn something, is only allow yourself something. If you're trying to learn anatomy, only allow yourself 15 seconds to draw that figure drawing. That's your warm-up. Only allow yourself 2 minutes to draw it. That way you're forcing yourself to not over-focus on details and learn the big picture. Give yourself limits. They help, I promise. Your color palette's not working? Limit yourself. Tell yourself you're only allowed to have like 4 colors in the palette. It works, I promise. It works. Like, just make roly-poly-oly characters. No. You can build over top of them and give them structure afterwards, but that's like the basis. Those are the building blocks. That's how you start the character. You can build over top of them afterwards. And I will say for anime, like, that's one of those things where a lot of the times, you know, if you put a triangle somewhere, it may become a cylinder when you are making it an actual limb. But like, you know, an arm. You can't tell on me, but arms are kind of triangular, surprisingly. Heads can be round, but they can also be squares. Your torso could be round, or square, or triangle. You just have to figure out what options you have. Did figure drawing at school with real models was so amazing. Yeah, I loved doing figure drawing when I was in school. I try and do some of it kind of frequently, just so that I don't lose the skill. It's like, it's a little bit like riding a bike, where you never truly forget, but you do get kind of rusty about it sometimes. If you spend too much time away, it is worth doing. those 1 hour, 10 minute, 1 minute videos are actually educational? Potentially. Maybe. If it's one of those challenges where they're trying to draw the same thing in 1 hour, 10 minutes, and 1 minute, then yes, I would say so. They are. That's actually a assignment that I used to give, was that we would be drawing portraits of the person sitting across from us in class. We didn't start with an hour. You would start and work your way up. You'd start with like 10 seconds that you have to draw a portrait of them. Then you have like a minute to draw them. Then you have 2 minutes. Then you have 10 minutes. Then you have like half an hour or something. And that is to force people to figure out how they have to break down the form, how to simplify, how to get all the important information down, to figure out what is important to making somebody look like themselves. We do it a couple times, but that's a good thing to practice as well if you need just like art assignments to do. I was gonna post at some point in time my syllabus of my assignments, but I never did because I never got it cleaned up to a way where it didn't make it easy to reverse search me. Maybe someday I'll figure it out how I can make that available to you, because I have a lot of like activities in it that we did, but I have not found a way to make it not reverse searchable, because I think my syllabi still exist in some D2Ls, and they might exist on a couple of potentially university pages. Interesting. I'll change them. Did your hair move up? Did it? Did my hair move up disproportionately to what my neck extended? That'd be strange. I didn't happen to notice. I'll keep an eye out when my orb goes away. Let me see. Next question. I say if I'm not blocking it most entirely. Hey Squiiji, I study game development and I still struggle a bit with topology and the overall flow of the model, especially for characters. We work mostly in low poly, like PS1 or PS2 style. So if I struggle right now, I'll definitely have problems when we get to higher definition. Thanks, you fun guy. You didn't really ask a question, but I'm gonna guess that the question here is that you're asking maybe how to better manage your topology and overall flow? Oh no, my hair looks... Oh, wait, hang on. No, those are just my ears. I just have Uma ears right now. I'm just weirdly tall. Hang on, I gotta, like, reset my tracking because it thinks I'm not looking forward. Hi, Al! My face tracking is goofy right now. Whoa! What happened? It's all strange. Hang on, I gotta close this. You can see what I'm doing right now. I have to reset. Resets your Squiiji. There we go. Now I'm normal again. Thank God. Stretched EG. I was just because it was tracking me like this for some reason instead of tracking me looking forward. I think it got goofed up when I came back and sat back down. There we go. But if you are struggling with topology, honestly, so much of topology for me is just keep messing around until something works. In low poly, topology is very different than it is in high poly, however, because in low poly, you're using your tries a lot more specifically often, and you're working more with triangles than you are with quads. Meanwhile, if you're working in a high poly, higher definition environment, you are likely going to be subdividing, so you need to work in quads because tries don't really subdivide properly. So I will tell you that if you're struggling with topology in low poly, PS1, PS2 style, it may not actually be reflective of how much ease you will have in a higher poly art style. I work with low poly just because it's less for me to manage, but I will also say that the industry standard at this point, as much as it's not how we usually do things in VTubing, the industry standard for modeling high poly models is sculpture workflows, where you sculpt your character and then retopologize them. And if you're retopologizing, there are some incredibly good books out there on how to do effective retopology, but essentially the general tip I will give is that you should put circles around elements of the face that need to distort and contract, so that's your mouth, your eyes. You need to allow for there to be triangle topology on the inside of limbs, wow! So that things can distort and contract properly, but you should just look up topology guides in some circumstance. There's a lot of them that show you how to reduce and increase loop counts and things like that, and that's very important. But if you are in game development, they're likely to be teaching you, when you get to high poly, the sculpture basis. like polymodeling rather than sculpting. It's easier. I also prefer polymodeling. I don't like digital sculpting. Anytime I try and do digital sculpting, I'm like, man, I wish I was just carving with wax. But building things out of planes, I will say, makes things a little bit easier for me to be mindful of my topology. But honestly, this is why I don't think that I am the right person to be the one making your tutorial in Blender, because so much of me figuring out topology is me retopologizing something and just testing it and testing it and testing it. Because with practice, you'll figure out what works in what circumstances and what doesn't, you know? And everything is so case-by-case basis with topology too, that there's not really a good broad answer I can give you other than look up topology guides for the body, find and break down low poly models that
University class
also.
schedule 8 a.m. introduction to serving 9 a.m. art offlane 10 a.m. free breakfast 11 a.m. standing Squiiji 12 p.m. free lunch 1 p.m. praying to our creator Eldridge optional 2 p.m. painting fungus 3 p.m. 3D modeling Gary 4 p.m. printmaking for mushrooms 1015 p.m. go home or gun.
Go home or gun? What, Gary? Gary, are you implying that if you don't leave the school at the end of the day, they're gonna pull a gun on you? Because I don't think that we would do that at the Squiiji University that we already have merch for that kind of does exist but kind of doesn't exist. I don't think we're pulling a gun on people who are showing up, who are staying after class. You can stay after class. This is an art school. You're probably gonna have to stay after class. You're gonna be working in the studio outside of class. That's normal. It's fine. There's some other points in there that I would like to talk to also. I don't know what you're worshipping. That's probably not supposed to be part of your daily structure. Standing EG for an entire hour, I feel like you could do something better with your time, maybe. Although I guess, what are you doing hanging out with me here if you're not also standing me for a little while, I guess? I don't know. Shroom State University promotes healthy work-life balance by force. Fair, but I would suggest that, unfortunately, going to university just inherently doesn't promote work-life balance, unfortunately. When you have classes from 8 a.m. until 6:30 p.m. and have to eat and do homework. I would say a lot of us did not have work-life balance. Should, but it's not really set up that way. My university would be set up that way, I guess is what we're getting at, but I would contest this, yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think that's the reality a lot of the time. Oh, good night also! Thank you for hanging out! Enjoy your Snook Memes. Especially when, mid-COVID. Oh yeah, mid-COVID was wild for work-life balance. You were working and living in the exact same space. Insanity. I had no work-life balance when I was in school, unfortunately. It was all work, mostly no life. I wouldn't advise doing that, but that is kind of what I had to do to get my degree, and unfortunately, that may be how you have to spend some of your time. Can I go to Squiiji University? You're already enrolled, what do you mean? Uni years was during COVID, all 3 years. My graduate degree was during COVID, and that sucked. I should have waited. I should have not done grad school during COVID. That's kind of my own fault in some way. I could have avoided that, and I wish I had, but it's fine. I don't know what I would have done between undergrad and grad school if I hadn't, but what can you do? Shroom State University, President Squiiji. Yeah, I'll be president of university. That's the only thing I'll be president of. I'll be the chair of the art department of Squiiji University, of Shroom State University. Pick one, do good work, have social life, get good sleep. Yeah, that seems to be the way things go.
Didn't remind me. That era is a fat gap in memory for me. Most of my memories are gaps. I don't think my brain is supposed to be like that.
Gary, you talking about the holes in your head? What do you mean? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Technically, you mean during the quarantine, not during COVID, since COVID still exists? I guess you're right, Amber. Yeah, during the quarantine, during the shutdown. I don't know what happened to Gary there. He said something strange. Yeah, no. COVID still does exist, and I did get my vaccine for it this year. You should all also get your vaccine for it. Important. Let me see. Not a question, just wanted to say you're an inspiration in the VTuber space, so thank you for everything you do. Thank you for everything you do. I'm glad I could inspire you. Thank you for being nice to me. Thank you for your kind words. I'm doing my best, and I'm so happy to see that my best is hopefully maybe at least somewhat enough and is maybe helping people. What inspires you to draw? For me, it's Mayoko on Instagram. I always want to buy their clothing, but I'm too poor to buy them. I don't know if I know that particular person, but what inspires me to draw is the fact that... Actually, what does inspire me to draw? I don't know how to put this. The thing that inspires me to draw is that there is something that I want to make real that I have not seen often. And I'm talking about from like my fine art stance. Not necessarily, like, the reason that I draw a lot of the time is just because I find the act of doing it enjoyable. I like physically doing it. I enjoy the process, which is funny. Maybe, and that's what most of the work that I do for Squiiji, it comes out of, is that I like the process, and a lot of it goes towards like, well, I want to have things that I can use to represent myself. I want to have things I can, I want to do things with this art. But for my master's art, my fine art, it's because there's things I want to say that are easier for me to say and easier for me to provide a route for others to understand a concept via when I'm doing that visually. You know, they say a picture's worth 1,000 words, and in my printmaking, that was what I sought to do, was to show imagery that could help to influence the way people thought about gender, perhaps, and thought about the body, and thought about how natural different ways of presenting the body can be. And it's a much easier thing for me to do through art than it is through words. You know, you may have noticed, sometimes I struggle with words, just a little bit. And like, I can write very well, but trying to talk about something live is always a little bit trickier for me than writing is. But the thing that inspires me to draw or to create is the fact that there is something that I want to be real, and there's something that I want to help other people understand or to expose them to that is easier and more effectively done visually, I guess. Strange answer, maybe. Especially when it comes from ideas, usually character concepts. I mean, that is what inspires me to draw sometimes. If I'm doing character design, the inspiration is often, I see a cool idea, or I see an object or something where I'm like, I have to make this into something also. It can come from a lot of things, yeah. Picture's worth 1,000 words, but mine's worth about 3. Hey, Selma! You is Selma and shepherd, and also sheep, and also, there's a word I won't say, but you can probably guess what the word is, and also, potentially, you're Scottish, right? I'm not picking the right place. I might be picking the wrong spot, am I? Literally a lie, yeah. I've already picked, like, 9 different words about you. There's more than 3. I could keep going. Purple. Yeah. Also, just think about how hard it is to describe stuff. Yeah! Emotions are notoriously hard to explain in words, but with imagery, I can convey so much just by color and shape that would take so many more words to describe that somebody may not have the time or willpower to read. So we can skip that and they can just look at it with their eyes and come to the same understanding potentially. Very Scottish. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, I second guessed myself for a second, but I was like, no, I think I'm correct on that. I think I have that right. Hi, Ruka! Best have a great day. Thank you, you too, Ruka! Let me see. How do you stay motivated to draw stuff you don't want to draw? Don't like studying anatomy or drawing complex perspectives. I answered this earlier when somebody popped in, but you gotta trick yourself. You have to build the exercise into something you like. If you like drawing fan art, use that as your excuse to be drawing anatomy. If you like drawing environments, use that as an excuse to draw a particular perspective. You like drawing a particular place or something. I have a feeling most people are probably going to enjoy drawing people. So if you're trying to trick yourself into drawing complex perspectives, draw your person and then give them an environment to live in. And as much as I know people don't like drawing backgrounds, it's the motivation of, I get to make this art for this character even greater, right? You kind of have to trick yourself into it. You have to build it into an assignment that you already will enjoy. You just make it just be a little bit of what's tagged on. Don't make it the bulk of whatever that project is. Just make it one piece of that puzzle. So like if you're drawing someone, don't make the entire thing just be we're drawing just their body, if that's the part you don't like. Draw the parts you do like also. Make those the primary focus of what you're drawing, but get a little bit of that extra time in drawing the parts you don't like as practice, as rehearsal. And when they become easier with time, do a little bit more of them as you become more comfortable. But don't be afraid to go outside your comfort zone with it too. Still at the same time. Yeah. I think I answered that kind of earlier. How do you always come up with fun ideas for streams? I've always admired how you seemingly and effortlessly come up with new events for community involvement. Really? I'm honored that you think so, because I don't think I'm particularly good at that. I feel like I kind of do the same things over and over again. Where, I mean, maybe that is the theory and solution on how to do that, but I worry that I don't provide enough variety. where, you know, we've isolated that things that we like to do include Gardic Phone, we like to draw together in Magma, and my other community engagement, I think, is the extra credit, and my model critiques on Mondays. And honestly, all the things that I do fall into one of those 4 categories, more or less. And maybe that is the solution there, is you just have to have a couple categories that what you do falls into for community engagement. But I didn't think I was particularly good at that, so I appreciate you saying that. If it works, I guess, yeah. Maybe the advice there is, yeah, find a couple categories that you can consistently do new things with. Because I think that maybe what I'm doing well here is that, you know, if we're doing a Magma stream, we're never doing the same thing in Magma over and over again. We're decorating Christmas trees, we are designing props to put in the pond for lurk bait, we are making pumpkins for Halloween. We're doing something different each time, and I have an assignment with it, and maybe that's what makes it work. Perhaps? Maybe? Don't know. Design streams are the GOAT? Thanks! I think that is most of what got me started and most of what I enjoy doing the most with my streams. And it is nice. I will say, the other thing that I have heard about the way that I schedule myself is that people do enjoy the way that they know what to expect from me, more or less, in that you can generally assume that Monday is going to be Vtuber model critiques, Thursday is going to be we're talking about a game or something, but we're still doing character design, usually. And then Friday tends to be either, like, community focused or we're doing something else. And maybe that consistency is what also helps with that as well? I don't know. Prefer more focused creators. Variety game streamers are kind of dull. I will say, being a variety game streamer is much harder to do for that exact reason, where, you know, you're not really building, you do have to really build an audience that is interested in you as a person, as opposed to the thing that you're doing, and that can be really hard to get started with, potentially. Where, like, I had the benefit of, there's a lot of people who have interest in character design, just out there. So I have that benefit, in that I'm consistent in it. So people may watch me, even if they don't particularly like me, especially. Maybe they'll grow to like me, but I can already sort of get my foot in the door with people because I'm consistent in doing that. Meanwhile, if you're playing a variety of games, you may have people who check you out and say, oh, I like them because they're talking about this thing I like. But as soon as they stop playing that game, they move on. And I think that's what happens to us a little bit when I talk about different games of, you know, when I critique a Hoyoverse game versus Arknights or something. You can see on YouTube how much the audience fluctuates. I don't mind that. People stick around from it sometimes if they jive with the way that I am, but I think that that's very similar to how more of the variety streaming angle goes. Good point. We know what we want. We know what you do. And stars have aligned. Yeah, I think that that is what helps. I think that also answers this question here, which is that I don't know that I'm always coming up with a new fun idea for a stream. I have a theme for streams that just, it's the gift that keeps on giving. There's always more VTuber models to look at. There's always more games that exist we can talk about character design in. And maybe picking something like that is what you can do to help with your community involvement. There is always more to be done in any number of category. But once you give yourself the category, that helps you to figure out what you can do with it, maybe. To be more consistent and have more creative ideas. Mayhaps. Maybe. I mean, it's usually when someone raids into someone who's playing one of the big games that really stick around. Some smaller game or art will stick around for a bit. Yeah, we mostly only raid into other artists because I'm also thinking about you guys when we raid. If we're coming from me, where I'm doing something that's art related, maybe, I'm going to imagine that you guys are not going to be as likely to stick around and check out whoever it is that I'm sending you off to. You may not jive with them if there's somebody who is playing a game or something very different than what I do. So we end up raiding a lot of artists often who are doing something kind of similar to what I do, for similar audience kinds of things. So that does make sense. Not everyone's gonna like everything, and that's totally okay. Let me see. How important is a mic when starting out? Can a headset mic be okay in terms of quality, or is it mic quality basically mandatory from the beginning? Oh, I hate to say this, but one of the number one things that makes me and many other people click off of a stream is poor mic quality. And I'm not saying you have to have fantastic, amazing, beautiful, industry level quality of mic, but you have to have a decent mic quality. My mic quality is okay. It's a lot better since I did the audio clinic with Zephy. It's alright. It's not fantastic, but it's alright. I have a microphone that I got. Technically, I got it for free as an accident, but it's only a $60 mic. It's not that expensive, thankfully. I know 60 can sound like a lot in some circumstances, but compared to whatever, the Shure SMB or whatever, the industry standard in VTubing that everyone uses, $60 versus, I think those Shure mics are like $400 or something. It's a lot. So there are budget options you can use, and theoretically, depending on what your headset mic is, to talk about my Oshi once again, Vinny Vine Sauce, he has been streaming from a headset mic his whole career. I believe he's been streaming from a headset mic forever, and he just has it mixed really well because he is a musician. He just has all the plugins set up and optimized fantastically. So if you can't afford, you know, somebody, you know, the real microphone, because that's too expensive, maybe you can afford an audio clinic where they can give you the setup to make your headphone or headset mic sound decent. Could work. Chibidoki's mic has been facing backwards for 5 years. Oh man, that was when Zeffy was talking to people getting ready for the clinic that I was a part of. She was like, hey, send me a picture of what your mic looks like in your setup, so that way, or not send me a picture, tell me what your mic is like in your setup so I can make sure it's not facing backwards. And the number of people who found out were backwards in that clinic. Crazy. Mine makes it really easy. Mine has a red light on it that if the red light isn't facing me, it would be backwards. So like mine makes it really obvious, but not all mics do that, unfortunately. Oh, Mizio Mask, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Sorry, there's delay. I appreciate you following, even though it took me a couple minutes. But yeah, so mic, I will say, mic quality is pretty important. But there are options that aren't too expensive. Are you using a Blue Yeti? No, I use I think it's called a HyperX Solo? Or a HyperX Solo Cast? Something like that. In the Discord server, I have in the resources channel my entire mic setup somewhere. I pulled up down here. Let me find the link to it. I updated it also recently when I had the clinic. Let me see, Minecraft stuff, no, go back. Character design rubric, no. Fashion research databases. Yay! Audio filter setup. Checks my own thread to see. Yeah, HyperX Solo Cast. USB condenser mic with a cardioid pattern. It's only $50. Hey! That's not too bad. Not too bad. Leave your mic in stereo mode, then you get that nice ambient computer hum and room noise. No! False. No, I see that you're joking though. But if you check in the resource share channel, I have an area that says Squiiji's audio filter setup in that, what do you call it, forum area for how I'm doing it. But that's not necessarily the way you have to. Also Black Friday at some point. I gotta be so real with you. This wasn't a question, but I'm gonna talk about it anyway, just real quick, because today's a day of opinions. I'm giving my opinions on so many things right now. I think Black Friday for the last, like, 6 or 7 years has been a scam. Because I have used those like applications that track price changes over time. Used to be Honey, but Honey was also businesses know that they can slowly creep their prices up, especially in like the electronics industry and other industries, in like starting honestly in like July or August. No, they start way earlier and they slowly creep them up, not even just 1 month before. They'll slowly tick them up just a little bit at a time, getting closer and closer to Black Friday, so then they can put sales on and then sell them for regular price. And then they are not impacted by Black Friday at all. There's no cut to their sales. It's evil. So a lot of the time, I would not advise buying something during Black Friday unless you know how much it costs during the rest of the year. Do your research on things first and see how much it usually costs to see if you're actually getting a deal, because not all things aren't a deal. Like, I see people saying like Steam Deck was 20% off. When Steam has sales, it's not because they're jacking up the price of things and then cutting it back off for a sale. That's not it. Steam is like reputable in that way. But like most other places, not so much. Unfortunately. It's where it's illegal, no idea how they get away with it. Well, it's not illegal to raise your prices and then to put things on sale. And I think that's why they're getting away with it, probably. Yeah. Times and stores also just put a sticker or card of the original price, and it's just the same price. I have also seen that, and it's so funny to me. Because I will tell you, once upon a time, I bought all my PC parts during Black Friday, and I got them all for like actual good sale prices. I have a pretty decent GPU. I don't remember what it's off the top of my head. It's like an NVIDIA 3070 something. Big numbers. Big numbers. And I got it for like half off on Black Friday. And it was like actually half off. But nowadays, if I look to buy something like that, it costs like double what it used to. And when they go on sale, it's still like taking only a fraction of that price off. And I know that there's other elements going into play here with the stupid AI nonsense, increasing the price. 3070 Ti? Yeah, that might be what it is. That sounds familiar. That sounds familiar to me. I think I actually have it in my About section on Twitch. It might be there. Let me check. Hang on. Does my specs say that if I do? Does this command still work? Oh, wait, it does work. Okay, wait, I don't have that in there. I leave my leap motion and my VTuber stuff in that command. Interesting. Stop blaming millennials, blame AI. That's what I'm saying. Don't blame millennials. It's not millennials' fault. It is mostly the fault of AI. That's why a lot of tech stuff is going up in price, but yeah. Price manipulation, illegal in the EU. Well, in the US of A, unfortunately, it might not be illegal. But anyways, this wasn't one of my questions. I just needed to rant for a minute about it. So just be responsible if you're going to purchase things during Black Friday deals. Check how much they cost at other times in the year in advance in preparation to see if you're actually going to get a deal. Don't fall for their scams. Don't fall for it. Oh, hello. I'm trying to be a VTuber. Though for me personally, I'm a bit not in the know and I've been watching your videos and others for help. However, there's a lot of different ideas people have. I've been trying to research the best I can with my time and different things, because being a VTuber will help me start to be myself and potentially doing things that I can't just go and do. I've almost planned everything out and wanted to try drawing, but really I'm not that good, and somebody who said they'll help me for free is helping my partner first, since he's already a YouTuber. Me, however, I know almost nothing, and I'm holding info from what I've seen and heard. My question is about, what do you recommend for somebody in a struggling circumstance in need of a lot of resources, especially if that person's a bit slow and may need assistance? I mean, honestly, not being afraid to ask for help is a fantastic skill to develop, and it is one that I am still working on myself, where I unfortunately do fall to the mindset of, why pay someone to do something? I can do it myself because I'm probably going to be difficult to work with and because I don't have money to pay anyone anyway. But that's not a really good way of setting yourself up for success, unfortunately. I'm pretty lucky that it's mostly worked out. I have the benefit of having a creative background where I could kind of do that. But this only worked for me because I'm a 3D modeler already. I already had the skills. So, not being afraid to ask for help is important, but it is one of those things where you kind of gotta bide your time sometimes. Where, you know, if you find a resource that can be the stepping stone to get you started while you're waiting for that person to help your partner, maybe you just make yourself a pie crew and stream as a PNG tuber for free while you're waiting. Just to get your foot in the door and to get you started and to see if you actually like it, to see if it's something that is serving the purpose that you had hoped it would serve for you. You could make yourself a Vroid model also for free, where, you know, there's a lot of textures you can get for free on Booth, or you can attempt to draw things yourself, but there's a lot of stuff built into Vroid itself too, where then, you know, you can use that as your method for just checking and seeing, getting your foot in the door. If you have a little bit of money that you can use towards something, I know you say that you're struggling without a lot of resources, there are VTuber models you can buy to use that aren't very expensive. The customizable ones are a little bit pricier, but there are models you can buy that are pre-made models that you can buy and use if you're okay with not having character designed it and just using that to get you started. And they work a-okay, just fine to get you started, because, you know, for as much as VTubing is branding, you do have to figure out if you particularly enjoy VTubing before you're going to spend any money or sink all that time into it too. So I would advise you to try out what free options there are, like PNG tubing, yeah, or like Vroid. Never seen a Vroid tuber get the numbers? No shade. Is that true? Are you sure? Or is it that you can't tell that a model is Vroid, therefore you don't think they're Vroid? I mean, at large, I will say 3D VTubers do not have as big of a chunk of the market as 2D does, and that's because of the corporate sphere. But I will tell you that a lot of VTubers who have 3D debuts are Vroid when they are 3D, and there are a lot of people who are doing better than I am, and who are Vroid. I had a Vroid model, yeah. I had a Vroid model up until I had my re-debut. It had a custom head, and it had a custom hair, but it was a Vroid model for all intents and purposes, because I just didn't have the time to 3D model a whole model for myself while I was also in my master's degree in school. But, you know, it's a place to get started, especially if you're going to invest later, or you're going to try and raise the funding through it to invest later. Start with your free options, because I have seen if somebody can succeed as a faceless YouTuber with no indication as to what they look like, no VTuber model, no nothing, you can succeed with a Vroid model, you can succeed with a PNG tuber model, I promise, I swear to you. And I have seen PNG tubers who are pulling in hundreds of viewers a stream. I don't know if I can speak to that on Vroid, because I haven't particularly seen one off the top of my head, but that's not to say it doesn't exist either. They're out there, I promise. You just gotta look for them. But, point here is, make use of the free resources there are to get yourself started, and to see if you like it in the first place. But I will say, unfortunately, being able to be a VTuber, as much as Twitter gets into a bit of a hissy fit about this, not infrequently, is a privilege. It is not something that, you know, is easily accessible to everybody, and it's not something that everyone can get into or can do just because of whatever circumstances they're in. It is a privilege to get to be somebody who can commission art, who can spend X amount of hours out of their day doing VTubing, being live, streaming, as opposed to working another job or working in some kind of position. So yeah, VTubing is expensive, not just in getting models, but in trying to have the type of computer that you need to in order to stream, or having any of the hardware you need for streaming, like your microphone we were saying before. It is a privilege to get to be a part of it. And for as much as, for many people, it can be a hobby where you don't have to invest in it that intensely, it is something where, you know, if it is not something that financially works for you, there are things you can do to enjoy it and have fun with it. But it will be a little bit tough. That is just the reality, unfortunately, which is important to just discuss briefly there. I do think you should still try it and still use the free resources and try and have fun with it, enjoy it. And maybe you can raise money to have more resources to put into it if you can. But those are my general thoughts there. Yeah. Let me see. What else do we have here?
Using this to refute a point, I don't like the advice of just start and then raise the funds for a dream model, cause in my exp from background checking model critique, so many quit way before they could even raise 1% of the funds. Stream like a regular today.
No, you're good, don't worry. You're allowed to refute my point. My point is that you don't need that VTuber model for success, and that is what I'm saying about the whole, like, privilege angle, which is that, you know, you may not be able to afford it. I don't think I've actually raised enough money, other than when I did my donathon, that I could have even bought a VTuber model otherwise, and I'm pretty lucky in that I have done, I think, decently well as a VTuber, not surprisingly, maybe surprisingly to me, but, like, it is tough. But I think more so for this person, they were biding the time until they could get the free assistance for a model that they were waiting for. I honestly think that the best thing to do if you want to have a customized model, honestly, in this day and age, if you cannot afford to have a model made and you're going to be trying to raise funds in some way or just saving up in your own pocket, save up for one of those customizable models. The Suika model, Fairy Sammy just released a model, there's a Prism model, there's a lot of things. Rex saying get a job. But no, I know you're saying sorry, but that is one of those things where, like, it's tough in VTubing because VTubing is very alluring to a lot of us who are maybe disabled or who would have trouble working in, like, a traditional, typical sense. Me. I have had trouble with those things. I have, physical limitations, as I may call them, that mean that I also have to disclose often to work because a lot of jobs will have, needs to be able to lift 50 pounds or whatever. I'm not allowed to do that. I can't do that, so I have to lie and tell them I can, or I have to disclose that I can't do that, and then you don't get hired. And VTubing is very alluring to people like me who may have trouble finding traditional work. But at that, there are still positions you can find in the real world to support yourself as a VTuber, and you do need to find those. It is tough, but you have to try, I promise. Executive dysfunction means I have no work experience, so I can't get any jobs in the fields I have a degree in. No! It's tough. It is rough out there, and I wish that there was more, like, we're getting to, like, a broader issue here, unfortunately. The broader issue being the fact that there is no support for people who do not fit the mold as to what a typical member, not typical, but like what they say a typical member of society is. It's tough. There's no support for that. We have to lie and pretend like we are like other people so that way we can get jobs. And then hopefully we can hold the door open for other people. But I feel like this is a lot of what I've talked about with jobs and careers and why anime art doesn't work. It's a lot of people who uphold the status quo prevent people who don't fit within their status quo from becoming a part of anything. And it's frustrating, but it is the world we live in, unfortunately. And if we are not participating in it in some way, there's nothing you can do to hold the door open to help other people, which is the most frustrating part of it. When you get to college, take internships. If it seems even remotely bearable and you don't have one already, take it. Yeah, I agree. Take internships when you're in college. If you have a roof over your head, if you are still living under your parents, take unpaid internships too. That's still work experience. If you don't need to be making money, it's okay to take unpaid ones. You just have to be okay with that. If you need to be making money, don't do that. Try and find the paid ones, but those are much harder to find. But yeah, it is tough. I feel like we're getting to a particular issue that I think is a much more worldwide issue. It's a much broader issue than just VTubing. But, sorry, blaming that point from a privileged point of view. You're good. Rex, I know you're not making that, you're not saying that out of malice or anything. That's why we're having a discussion. Don't worry. We can have open discussions here. It's okay. But that's why it's good to have those discussions so that way we can talk through those points too. Because other people may have thought similarly with what we were saying, and that it might not be easier to do things, but there are other options other than VTubing that don't require as much investment also. If you need some sort of job that you can work from home or you need another non-traditional job, there are other options out there where you don't have to be a VTuber to be a freelance artist. You don't have to be a VTuber to be a YouTuber. You don't have to be a VTuber to do other things that can make money via similar avenues. So if you are somebody who wants to make content for YouTube, honestly, VTubing is a much smaller niche than the broader YouTube environment. So you could just make content without being a VTuber at all, because then you don't have to spend that money also. Yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of options out there. Hey, Amber, get the javelin missiles, please. I don't know what that is. Can you read full name without stuttering? No. And I won't try. I wonder who asked me this question. Thank you, Amber. Whoa! 40, wait, how many seconds is that? 473,676 seconds. Thank you, Amber. I appreciate it. I guess I could have told Rex to do it too, but I just historically have asked you to nuke people before, and I think it's funny. 5, isn't it properly banned all the way? Oh, that's okay. That's funny, though. Thank you. What is your favorite shape of bacteria? And Diriam, where are you? I know you're here. I know you said this. I know you asked me this. If you're not here anymore, I hope you managed to find where I've answered your question here. Let me Google some shapes of bacteria for you. Some shapes of bacteria. You're good. Weird read. I saw like the first word of it and I was like, interesting. Don't know about that one. Mods! Substitute teachers! Help! Thank you, mods. I appreciate it. Use a picture model of a dress-up game? Potentially. That's why I have a whole video about how to use Pie Crews to be a VTuber, which is for free. And you can customize them, and then you can have movement and talk and do things like that. Yeah. Ooh, okay, let me pull up some shapes of bacteria. I love how we go immediately from like conversations about how it is hard to live in the structure that has been presented to us if you are not somebody who fits the mold that society is deemed to be typical, immediately into what's your favorite shape of bacteria, and I'm Googling. Let me grab a nice chart. Ooh, okay, here's some bacterias. This is how we keep things from getting too dark in our conversations. Here we go. Let's pick a bacteria shape. What's your tag yourself, Shreemates? What bacteria are you? What bacteriophage? I kind of am partial to. Let me frame this to where my screen is right now. Oh, my favorite bacteria shape is odd lump. That's understandable. Let me move there. That's kind of framed okay. But the notes are blocking stuff. I'll just have to read you what it is anyway. Just learned how to make a VTuber model, funnily enough. It was really tedious. It is! It's hard work, and it's a lot of work, and it's a very specific skill set. But I'm proud of you for putting the effort into learning it. I hope it went well. Bean. Yeah, these ones are kind of bean-like. Others. Helical form. I kind of like this Spyro. My brain was pronounced as a Spyro-shetty, but I don't think it's pronounced like machete. Spyro cheat? Spyro shete? Maybe that is how it's said. What would be your guess? I like this one because it's kind of spanny and long, and it kind of reminds me of a worm, and I like worms. Spyro's a bacteria? Yeah. Good to find out. Micro trauma, I hate microbiology. Sorry to make you look at it. Spirocheet. Okay, noted. Spirocheet. Yeah, it's kind of snake-like. Also, it's cute. This is my vote. I like this one. As far as I come from biology degree. Thanks! Thank you, biologists! Helicoform looks like a Pringle. You can be a Pringle. You can be a bunch of balls because we are going to play pool or billiards, whatever you may call it. You can be beans or a couple of beans hanging out together, leaning on each other. You can be more than one kind of worm. There's like 3 whole worms if you want to be a worm. Or you can just be a single spot. And that is it. Mine doesn't count because it's a virus. Viruses are funds, but viruses aren't bacterias. They're different. That's a different thing. Those are different guys. They're different. Viruses have their own rules they play by, but yeah, worm gang. Thank you, Enderium. I'm certain that this question came from you. I'm almost certain this came from Enderium. If it wasn't, somebody is welcome to correct me if it came from them, but viruses are only arguably alive. I know! That's such a confusing thing to even say, which is that, whether or not they are a living thing is contested. Spirocheet is an STD? Well, I'm sure it's other things too. I'm a fungus, so I'm sure that I have a weird cell structure going on somewhere too, and there are funguses that can grow in weird places on humans. I'm sure that's not only where this exists. Indubitably, right? Right? God, I hope, unless I've accidentally gotten myself into a situation there. Anyways! EG, do you grow on humans? No, I don't. You're a mushroom? I am! I am an cat mushroom. Okay, now I'm not a mushroom. I lost all the mushroom parts of me. My hair is mushroom. But now it's not. Now it's just gone. Mushroom ranking when? I had been thinking about doing a stream at some point in time where I assign viewers or like people who submit to something a mushroom that they can be associated with. Like I like ID you as a mushroom because I have a bunch of mushroom books. I could. I just haven't done it yet. Streamer, that fishy game where one person is the true shroomate with everyone trying to be them and trick Squiiji the guesser? I don't know if I know that game. I don't know if I know that one. I also love mushrooms though. Mushroom profiling. I would rather call it mushroom IDing, because if I call it mushroom profiling, it sounds like I might be being cruel and unkind to you on the basis of what kind of mushroom you are. Like ranking different mushrooms. See, I don't know. I have a couple that I really like, but I don't know if I have that strong opinions on disliking some of them. Somebody should ask me what my favorite pen is. Someone should ask me what my favorite pen is. Okay, I see a couple of you saying that I should do mushroom ranking. I'll think about it. I'll consider it. We do so much ranking around here. Do a lot of it. Oh, Sanizm asked, what's your favorite pen? Oh, thank you. Thank you for asking. I'm so glad you read my mind. I want to tell you my favorite pen. I have strong feelings about pens. I have very strong feelings about pens. I am particularly partial to the Pilot V7. Let me show you a Pilot V7. I love the Pilot V7. My love for the Pilot V7, this one, comes from the fact that, oh wait, you actually can't even see what I'm looking at. Hang on, move this over. Pilot V7! Which comes from the fact that you can use this pen in plate lithography, if you're doing funny waterless litho, to draw and then print from it, which is really nice. And Jubby and I were just like a weird side tangent. We were watching a video where it was like, what is the most popular pen used by US politicians? And the Pilot V7, not G7, but V7, was like tied for third for being the most popular. They're nice. They write really smoothly and the ink is really nice and dark. I love them. I'm particularly partial to those ones. I know the vid you're meaning. Did you see it also? It was just randomly suggested to Jubby and I yesterday. And we were like, we've never watched a video even remotely like this otherwise. But we were like, sure, why not? I have strong feelings about that kind of pen, particularly. Don't worry. Spirochetes can be beneficial or not. Honestly, mostly not. But hey, they can help cows digest cellulose. Hey, that's what I'm here for. Helping cows digest cellulose. That's my job. Trump with the Sharpie was not on my bingo card. Yeah, or who else? There was another person who used a Sharpie too. I think it was McCain or something. Yeah. But yes, Pilot V7, nice pen. Anyways, questions. Hello, EG. I have a lot of trouble finding real references for armor or fantasy outfits. A lot of the references I seem to like on Pinterest are more than likely AI. What are your thoughts on using AI as a reference if it's the only resort? Fantasy armor seems to be very popular in the AI world. Yeah, unfortunately. I find myself referencing video games and movies, which may not always work out. If you have any other sites to reference, I'm all for it. Yeah, so we actually do have like a little bit of a like fashion resource area in our Discord as well, where if you also go to that resources channel, you can find a list of different places you can go for costume research. But I will say, my thought on AI as references is a little bit difficult because I do not think that using an AI generation that already exists as a reference, I don't think using that as a reference is evil inherently, because the damage has already been done in some capacity. And the unfortunate thing is that they don't come up with stuff out of nothing. The AI is not just birthing ideas. It came from something. It's stealing from something. So to me, in some capacity, using AI references is taking back what was kind of stolen from real artists, but at the same time, do not generate anything. Do not. Yeah, AI is a thief, not a mother. That goes hard. That's a hard sentence, Rex. Did you come up with that? That's good. That's good. But at the same time, you can now theoretically limit your search on Pinterest to remove AI from the searches. I know it's not perfect, but you can kind of do that. And if you're searching on Google, you can limit the timeline. You can only search for, you can tell it to search for a time that goes up to like 2021 or 2022, which is before the AI images were so advanced that we couldn't discern which ones they were. Which does help also. Yeah, before 2023 even maybe. I do that constantly if I'm looking for sources. But yeah, looking at games, looking at illustrations for games, looking at concept work can help. Looking at real fashion, I would suggest also. All good things. Yeah, Rex, that needs to go on a shirt. That was good. That was good. Using already generated isn't that bad, but yeah, do not generate new. If you can avoid using stuff that's already been generated, probably do avoid it. But unfortunately, it's becoming so much harder to avoid at this point. And I like to think I'm pretty decent at figuring out what is AI and what isn't, but some of it still sneaks past me, where I don't realize that it is until after, like, I've already pulled it in and I'm already using it as a source. And it's only because I'm looking at it for a really long time that I start finding the little particularities that make it strange. So, I mean, do look at real photos, do limit the time period from when you're searching to pre-2023, do turn that filter on Pinterest. But if you have one that sneaks through, don't beat yourself up over it. As long as your intention is not to be going to look for the AI nonsense, to be referencing intentionally on purpose to use because that's what you want, then I think you're doing okay. I think you'll be all right, thankfully. But do look for fashion resources, maybe primarily if you can. Look for older works for inspiration. Yes, and looking at movies and games is fine. Don't copy them too closely, but you can use them for inspiration. Make sure that you are modifying them or paying homage to them, or just taking one little element, not all of it. But yeah. Game of Thrones has great armor you could look at. Yeah, Game of Thrones has good armor. Lord of the Rings has good armor. There's a lot of video games that have very good armor. in them. Look at Fire Emblem for some armor. Stop using Instax, it's mostly AI. Ugh. I can't say that surprises me. Have you guys seen, I don't use TikTok very much anymore. Because like 80% of the stuff that shows up on my feed, let me actually test this. Let me see if I can find one so I can read you exactly what it says. I'm gonna freeze for a second so I can read it to you. But, let me turn the volume off so we don't hear it. But there's so much reposted stuff that I encounter that all has the same AI caption on it. Let me see if I can find one. Because they all have the exact same thing where it says like the state of Pompez AI or something. And I'm so perplexed as to how I keep encountering it. Oh wait, okay, now I'm not finding any. Hang on. Man, the one time I need to see it so I can read you what it says. Oh. Ooh, Olay marking their advertisement as AI generated? That's a crazy thing to see also. Why is that? Yeah, have you also had that problem? Man, I'm trying to find one right now and I can't find it. Dang it. But I've seen so many of them recently and it's been driving me nuts. Because it's not even like the content is AI, it's just being reposted by something that's trying to generate a caption for them or something. It's so strange. I don't really like living in this era, unfortunately. Reference Fire Emblem art so often. Yeah, oh yeah, Monster Hunter, that's also good for a reference. Yes, it is really interesting and exaggerated too, yeah. Keep getting videos about some guy named Uncle Mike eating food. Is that a real person? Or is that like another one of those like AI nonsense kind of things? I'm intrigued. Anyways, here I'll keep moving. Hey EG, what do you think will win in an all-out battle? You or a mushroom monster? Well, a hard question because... I mean, they'd have to catch me first, and I think that'd be the hard part. I think I just reabsorb and I just go back under the earth, and then nobody can touch me and it's fine. Oops, I opened TikTok and my phone's mad at me. Let me close these programs so that my face tracking stops lagging real quick. There we go. How about now? We good now? No, we're still lagging. Why? Hello? So strange. Shovel, I can go deep enough that you won't catch me, and I can move left and right enough that you can't catch me. But unfortunately, I do think I'd probably lose to a monster, because if it's a mushroom monster, it can probably do the same thing I can do, but maybe better and in a more scary manner. But how do you know that I am not the mushroom monster? Yeah, I see Vienna Rex becoming the mushroom monster. What if I am a mushroom monster and you just don't know it yet? Because I think I am kind of a freak of nature already. I am a mushroom piloting a body that seems kind of human-like. That's already strange and uncanny and unusual and maybe potentially visually upsetting. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I would win though if it was normal. I think if it was just me the way that I am right here right now, I think I probably would lose. But you haven't really specified enough about the monster. What makes it a monster? Is it a monster because it's a zombie? Is it a monster because it's really big and strong? I could invent any kind of monster I want. It could be like the... Oh, what is it called? There's a folk cryptid in the US. What is it, like a squonk or something? Where if you look at it, it cries, and they call that a monster. I could beat that thing. But like if we're talking about like Mothman, I don't know. Doppelganger monster? That would be scary. I think I could beat myself, however. I think if I could beat myself in a fight. Which is a funny thing to say. How would it not be a draw if it's a doppelganger? I feel like it would be just guaranteed to be a draw, probably. I don't know. But I think I could outsmart myself, maybe, I say. But then me would know if I had a plan going into it. So I'd have to come up with a plan after I went into it. I'd have to think outside the box, but how do I know that other me wouldn't also think outside the box? Although I guess if it's a doppelganger, maybe it's not copying my thinking, it's just copying what I look like. And if that's the case, I could probably take care of it, maybe. I do have a black belt. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be a toss-up. Depends on the specifics of this particular cage match. What are the circumstances? How big is it? How much control do I have over what it becomes and what it looks like? Those are my questions for you. You were asking the questions? No. Now I am the questioner. Hello? Can I have, like, my face tracking back? Let me refresh it and see if it gets better. Go away. Come back. Oh, that's normal. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're good. Speed is still not right. I don't know what's mad about it. Interesting. I'll keep going, though. I'll keep us moving. E.g., how good are you at counterattacks? Plans often die in contact with the enemy. See, I'm very good at parrying in any fighting game I've ever played before, and I'd imagine the same is going to be true for me in real life. So I think I'd do quite well. Because, we all know that how well I fight in a fighting game, like Smash Bros. Or maybe Guilty Gear, is indicative of how well I would do in a fight in real life. I'll be honest, we did a lot of, like, redirecting in Kung Fu. So, like, redirecting your opponent's energy for counterattacks. So I think I'd probably still also be okay with that. But the problem is that if the doppelganger is copying my skills, they'd have that also. So that gets troublesome. That gets difficult to figure out. Glad we came back for some goofy questions. Looking to get started in VTubing, but I'm so lost in how debuting works. I'd like to build hype as I work on my model, but I'm not sure how. My solution for you there is to release little sneak peeks to show little, like, tech showcases as you're working on it. So, like, if you're doing live 2D, do that classic, like, eye physics post, or, like, here's a hair physics post. Because here's the thing. As much as we try and build hype by not showing someone something, honestly, the thing that does build hype more is showing someone something if you don't already have a big following. So yeah, as Rex is saying, post on Twitter, establish yourself on not just one, but maybe 2 platforms if you can. And weirdly as it may sound, just start streaming, start doing whatever you want to do as a VTuber before you debut. So that way when you have the debut, there may already be people who are interested in what you're doing. Why is my face so slow right now? My eyes are like lagging and I'm frog blinking at a strange increasing rate that I do not appreciate. I'm not frog blinking right now. My eyes are blinking so slow. But yeah, to build hype, you should have an account, potentially Twitter. That's often where a lot of VTubing is taking place. Potentially, often, a second thing as well, where that could be TikTok, it could be YouTube, it could be Twitch. But start making content on that other platform as well, so that way you may already have people who would be able to put their eyes onto whatever your debut is, and that'll start getting the hype going, because if there's nobody looking when you start posting stuff that is supposed to be building hype, it's not going to build hype. You got to build something before you build the hype also. Establish yourself. Post whatever other art you're doing. Post things in relation to the type of content you want to make after you've debuted. Start making content before the debut, and then build the hype after you've done that, and then debut. Sorry to interrupt. For my skip the queue, can I do a different model? Would like my project design to be critiqued, but still have my 2.0 critiqued at some point down the road. That's fine. Have you submitted that one to be critiqued? The project model? If it's the most recent one, I can keep an eye out, especially if you have a note for it. Then I can make sure that that's the one I'm critiquing. But yeah. So that should work out. But yeah. Debuting, I have said it before, and I will say it again. I think there is far too much emphasis placed on debuting in VTuber culture. I would say that did my debut maybe help me? Yes. But I think that I was much better served by creating content before I debuted, and I would say the same for many other VTubers I have watched. The pressure of trying to make things perfect for one event puts a lot of stress on you, and if you've never streamed before, if that's the first time you're pressing go live, you're gonna have trouble. You're gonna have technical issues. You're gonna have trouble. It's not gonna be easy. Technically, you debuted before stream debut. I did also do that, yes. That's why I started streaming before I had my debut, was so that I could work out any technical issues that could impact the debut before the debut. And then also people would know that they can find me on those platforms already. Yeah, not really a point in proper full-on debuting for the first stream unless you're corpo. Exactly, because the point of a debut is to introduce yourself to a ton of new people. And if you are just debuting, if you've only just appeared on the internet, then you're not appearing before anyone. You're not going to be debuting to anyone. You're not going to be introducing yourself to people. There have to be people for you to introduce yourself to. Oh, Striker skipped the line! Congrats, Striker! Let me write down my note. Got you for Monday. Congrats on your abundant savings, Striker. A momentous day indeed. Striker, have we critiqued one of your designs before? I know I've drawn your dragon creature before, but I can't remember if we've critiqued one of your character design before. Have we? I think we have. There's a part of me that thinks I'm remembering wrong. You know what they say, my brain's full of holes. Yes? Okay, so I think I am thinking of the right one. Yeah, Dragon Knight. Okay. I was, for some reason, in my brain, I was like, was that real? Did I actually critique that design? Or did we just look at it for something? I couldn't tell. Good morning, popped over from YouTube. Thanks for your videos over there. They're so helpful. Of course. I'm glad you liked them. I'm glad you found them helpful. Also, thank you for following me, Lotus. I appreciate it. With the blonde hair that you suspected may have been somewhat, AI'd? Did I? I don't remember that. Did I? How long ago was that? That must have been a while. I love that you guys remember what I do on stream better than I remember what I do on stream. But honestly, I understand that because to talk about my Oshi again, I remember what Vinesauce does on stream more than he does. It's so strange how that works. I actually don't quite know how that works. Something in the memory of hearing versus saying. Odd. Intriguing. Because you guys remember what I say about characters we critiqued before, even though I don't remember. Humans are funny like that. Yeah, they sure are. Man, I am becoming more and more like all of you every day. You strange humans, you. But yeah, I think there's too much emphasis on debuting in VTuber culture right now. I think you should hit the ground running and have a debut maybe a year after. I think a year is a reasonable amount of time after creating your account and starting to post things to start building that hype for a debut. But that's not saying to not create content. Create content anyway. Don't create content to save it up to post after you debut. Create it and get out there and start doing things. Do not limit yourself just because you haven't done this one particular task yet. I think you'd be holding yourself back to do that, and you're preventing yourself from reaching people you could reach. Yeah. Wait, so if we were to do the design critique, if it's not actually drawn yet, is that okay? They need extra clarification on this to be sure. If you are doing a private consultation, you can consult me before a design has been drawn. You can show me your references, talk to me about what you want, and I can help push you in the right direction to make sure that you're going to get what you are interested in receiving as a character design. But if you are submitting to our live VTuber design critiques, you do need a design drawn. I'm not drawing designs live. We're critiquing designs that have already been created or that are already in the process of being created, so that way we can help push them in a more effective direction, maybe. Does that help? I don't know if that answers your question. If it's not drawn, you can't really submit anything to be critiqued if it doesn't exist. Which is hard to say. But saying Vinesauce is your Oshi, you're implying that his human self is a VTuber. He's used VTuber programs before. I know he has. He had a Vroid model made of his funny little alien that he was on stream, and I watched him do it, so he knows at least what, like, VC face is, I think. Also, I say this as if, like, half of the Vinesauce team that once was is not VTubers. Limes is a VTuber. Oh, I don't know what this fella goes by these days. Oh, they used to go by Dyer, but I don't know what their name is now. Oh, no. But they're a VTuber now. We saw Imakuni as a VTuber now. We critiqued Imakuni's model, and I died a little bit because Kuni showed up, and I was terrified while we were critiquing it. So, like, he knows what's going on with all that stuff. He's collabed with VTubers, too. But I guess, he is a flesh tuber mostly, and he doesn't even have a face cam most of the time, either. And if he can make that work, you can be a VTuber. With any budget. If you can be a silly, funny Yahoo man without any kind of camera, any kind of visual of what you look like, he's still just strong branding, which helps. You can do it without the model. You can do it with any kind of model. That's all I'm gonna say. There. Anyways. So know if I can actually pay $30 for the commission to go over it. Oh, yeah. If you just have references right now, and you are maybe like in progress of drawing something and it's not done yet, or even if you haven't started, we can still talk for a half an hour about character design and help, build your resource pool for what you're going to pull from and inspirations, or talk about how to effectively convey the concepts you're aiming for, or talk through your concepts and what connotations they may have. Yes, those are all options. That is fine. You can do that. Yeah, go ahead. You can submit. Let me see. Questions. I'm gonna eat an Oreo real quick, actually. I haven't eaten a snack in a minute. Is my tracking finally? No. My tracking? I don't know what happened to it. It's mad at me for some reason, and I don't know what the reason is. My, face is slow. But I can tell it's not my computer or Vignon because my arms are totally fine. It's just my face, which means it must be my phone. My phone seems fine. So weird. So strange. Sent. Perfect. Thank you, Striker. I'll grab it for Monday. Not overheating? No. iFacial mocap does not overheat my phone at all, ever. It runs really, like, it's not that intensive on my phone. Odd. Cookie. Okay. Next. Hi, I'm not new to VTubing, but I'm new to 3D models. I'm really struggling with adding extra ARKit blend chips to my Vroid. I can't seem to understand the tutorials I find. Oh man, I wish that might be the only thing that I would be willing to make a 3D model tutorial on, would be on blend shapes, because I love doing blend shapes. Most people hate doing them. I love them. They're so fun. They're great. There are some guides that I would suggest looking at, particularly, let me find it. There's a website that I use that has, let me grab it. I think I have it in my other browser. Yeah, this one. This website is a godsend. It's called, let me send it in the chat. It's called arkit-face-blendshapes.com. And it shows you a visualization of what, oh, hang on. Let me go to a different room so you guys can completely see what I'm showing here. This one. Oh. Here we go. So, this is a website called ARKit Face Blend Shapes, and what it does is it shows you what each ARKit blend shape is associated with. It shows you what the change is. This one's a little hard to see, brow inner up, but do you see how on this model the eyebrow is raised? You can tilt this thing around to look and see the face. You can, I think we're talking about in Blender modeling yourself. Yeah, Hana tool does exist and is something you could use if you don't want to make them from scratch. You could use Hana tool on your model, following a tutorial to do that in Unity, and then put it back in Blender and tweak from there. But this is what I used. So like with brow down left, see, you can see that the brow is now down, because some of the phrases aren't especially clear as to what they mean. Like I look up left, I look up right. Those are more or less make sense the way they are. This is just tilting your eyelids to make sense for looking in a direction. I move irises with the eye blend shapes also. I don't use an eye bone. That be particular to me. But there's a couple ones where it's like, let me find eye squint. Yeah, eye squint right versus cheek squint. The models show you what that is supposed to look like. It's very, very helpful. It is lovely. And then the other thing that I would suggest is that there is a program you can download, which is an iFacial mocap program that connects to your phone. So I hope if you are making an ARKit for your model, you already have it on your phone. But there is iFacial mocap 2 software. It's a program you can download. I think it's on GitHub. If you Google search it under those words, you'll find it. Gives you my phone IP address. That's okay. But that thing that's right there that I just showed you, allows you to connect into Blender directly from your phone, so that way you can test it. Oh dear, don't worry, I'll scrub that from the VOD, it'll be okay. I'm not worried. You can use that to connect your phone directly into Blender, so you can test your ARKit live while you're working on it, which is incredibly helpful because one of the biggest troubles with blend shapes often winds up being that you have made some blend shapes that aren't compatible with each other, or cause things to clip through your face, or that your teeth sit weird in one or the other. So that's another good thing to keep in mind, to look at. Let me go back to the other room. Oh wait, I can close that. I don't need it open. Have I been accidentally opening programs and leaving them open because we're talking about things? No, I haven't. Okay. That's fine. Let me come back to... where is it? Here. Ah, hey, go back to over here, EG. There we go. Got it. So, that would be my suggestions to you, is to use good references and test it live often on your face if you can. There's a million different ways of doing AR kit. A lot of it does just take practice. My first AR kits were a little rough around the edges. But there are often also things that can make them more or less difficult to work with, where for me, the size of my eyes makes my AR kit really hard because I have to span a really big distance because my eyes are really tall. But my mouth is very easy because it's really small. So you may have to just try once, try again, try a third time until you find something you're happy about. Don't be afraid to delete things, and also, I hope if in your tutorials they've shown you the fact that you can combine blend shapes using Blender's functions, and you can also mirror blend shapes. You don't have to do everything twice. So you'll find those in your options in the shape keys in Blender. But yeah, that might be the only thing I'd be willing to make a tutorial on as far as 3D VTubing goes, just because that's one of the things I am very confident in. I do a lot of blend shape work. I love AR kit. It took me so long to get Billy to do any AR kit. But as soon as they tried, they were like, oh, it's not scary. I was like, exactly, right? See, I'm so right. Yeah. Next. Been practicing 3D modeling animation for over 10 years, but the one thing I've never been satisfied with is texturing. Texturing can be real tough. Oftentimes I see a part of the model that I feel needs a bit more highlights or shadows, but I'm making it look much worse even though it was a small change in the shade. I often give up on texturing and just do everything else instead, but I know that texturing is very important if I want to develop my own art style. What would you recommend so I can make textures that I'm satisfied with despite trying out different methods over the years and not liking the results? Here is my suggestion. I love suggesting this both in 2D and 3D art. Make orbs. Make test orbs. I love making test orbs. Hang on, let me go show you how to make test orbs. Teleportation time, magic, go again. We're doing it again. Go to here. Bam. So, if you are figuring out how you want to texture a bunch of elements for a design, come up with a system that you can replicate throughout. Because I think the problem you're running into is that since you're looking at one area and saying this needs more contrast, this needs more highlight, more shade, you're applying it in a way that is not consistent with the rest of the model, which is what's making it look at odds with other things. Why are you rotating? Did I do something? Is there a reason? What's the rotation going on right now? Oh, it's because I said orb. Is it because I said circle? But I've shown this hack before. This is what I did to plan out my textures and materials for me for any of my seasonal outfits. So say you are building, whoa, rotation. Say you're deciding, okay, I'm working on the part of the model that is, you know, the shirt. My character is wearing a pink shirt. Bam, there's my base orb. Well, we gotta think about, okay, it's a shirt, so it may have a little bit of like fluff to the edges, so that way it's not like super duper crisp. It's not perfect, so we can just test that. So if it's overlapping with anything, or if it's alphaed out, we have that noted. I picked a background color that sucks for this. There we go. We're making this more shirt-like is what I'm doing right now. Little imperfections on his shirt. Maybe we're making this shirt kind of worn, so that way we're remembering, okay, we need to have little bits that stick off of it. Maybe these are already modeled. Maybe they're not. But, basis for a texture. Now I'm going to clipping lock it and decide, okay, well, a shirt doesn't really have a really strong specular highlight, but it will still have some deep shadows, so we can go, okay, same. Okay. One layer of shadow. Maybe that's not hue shifted enough. Whoops. One layer of shadow. Lovely. Cool. Little wrap other image. I'm not going to focus on making this like a perfect rendition of me drawing a sphere. And then, okay, maybe we need another darker color for it too. We'll color down, darken it. Pick what our next darkest color is. And then our bounce light. I'm not doing a very good job of drawing circles right now. You'll have to excuse me. You understand the idea though. And then for our bounce light, I usually take whatever this color is, and I just move it up. So then the bounce light is being influenced by the shadow color also, but you can do whatever you want. Whatever your illustration style is you're using for all your parts, do it like this. And do it like this for each material. Hang on, that's actually too bright for a shirt. A shirt would probably not have a highlight that's that extreme. Like that maybe for a shirt. And maybe if you're practicing for your shirt, you can say, okay, well, we can sort of see the like knit texture in the shirt. just a little bit, sort of subtly. And play around with this until you get it to something you're happy with, and do this for each material. Then set them all next to each other. Have your notes of, okay, how did I pick this color? This color was that lighter. This color is that darker. Have your notes. Do this for each of the elements that you're drawing. Put them all next to each other. Compare them to see if they all feel like they are in the same environment. Often I draw them like touching each other or sitting in the same space. And then you'll be able to determine whether or not your level of detail is correct, your level of shading is correct. It's for coherency, for consistency. And then also you're forcing yourself just to practice your rendering too, because when you're rendering something on a 3D model, sometimes it's harder to think about materiality. You end up thinking about just like contact shadows. Maybe you don't even need these things. Maybe those are handled by your normal map, but good to just give it testers. Then you know what your normal map should be doing and should be displaying and should be showing. But yeah, do your tests before you commit to the full model, just so that way when you do commit, it'll work a little better. I have a serious question. How to render spot black? You don't. I mean, the whole point of spot black is that it's technically not rendered, but your spot black doesn't have to be fully bottom corner. What number is that? Your spot black does not have to be 00000. Yeah, leave it. You can, if you want, if you have a spot black and you're feeling like it needs something to it, don't pick a spot black that is hashtag 0000000. Pick one that is like maybe, what is this? 231D28. That's my spot black maybe. Now it has emotion because it has a color undertone to it. Now it can tell us new things. Now it can speak to us in an emotive manner. But if you're feeling like this doesn't have enough life to it, the point of a spot black usually is that it's not interacting with lighting, but you could add texture to it if you're feeling like it's too flat. What do you mean by a spot black? A spot black, if we zoom in on my face, do you see how my eyelashes are flat color? And they are the flat color that my line art is? Spot blacks are usually the darkest color in an image used to fill an object. So we're sort of spotting in those black colors. Right now I'm really scary this close, and I'm so sorry for being scary. There are designs that have a lot more spot blacks or a lot less of them, but in anime we typically see this in like eyelashes. My spot black is hashtag 070D2D. The EG model spot black is 0B2118. It's actually green. Here's mine. Here's my spot black compared to the spot black I just picked. That's what my eyelash color is. Crazy, right? It adds tonality. But if you're feeling like your spot blacks are too flat, add a texture clipped onto them. So like if I come over here, I have just like textures that I use as sources, but you can Google search for them. And you can clip that on there. And now it has a little bit of life to it. You can make it as subtle as you would like. Honestly, subtlety is sometimes better. I might turn that down, use a little multiply layer or something, and apply that consistently to all of it. But then it feels like there's a little bit more life to them if they're just feeling too flat. But yeah. Spot blacks are green. Yeah, my spot blacks are green. Your spot blacks are, let me type your number in and see what spot black Zany is. Are you are 070D2D. Oh, it's like a blue. Here's Zany's. Let's compare. Oh wait, I didn't hit OK. Whoops, hang on, I gotta type it again. Whoopsie. 070D2D. There we go. Bam, and there's Zany's. With ours. Variety. Subtlety, never heard of it. I mean, you don't have to be subtle with it, but a lot can come out of subtlety. Link is broken for me? Oh, wait, the link is broken because for some reason it has 2's at the end. Here, wait, there you go. Have that again. Sorry, I don't know why there's 2's at the end of it. Actually, I do know why. It's because I was probably hotkeying before I hit enter. Whoops. Dabadoo. Why are you blue? Anyways, we come back to the room. Whoop. Oh, hang on. Me big. this. There we go. But that is how I would suggest to handle your approaching your textures, making sure that everything works before you start applying it large scale and investing all that time into putting it on the 3D model. I hope that does help, but man, 3D modeling and animation for 10 years, that's fantastic! That's so sick! I wish you luck with your texturing! E.G., did you know that you're on fire? Yeah, it's fine. This is fine. Here, I'll cook my Oreo over the fire. I will enjoy my Oreo in the fire. Toasty like marshmallow. I'm a marshmallow. My nice squishy white parts of my body, but I've been like ever so slightly burnt maybe. A little over toasted maybe. E.G. would never smoke. That's true. I would never smoke. Joke. Hey, you don't have to say joke. It's true. I would never. Not me. I got asthma. I can't be doing that. No thanks. I'm good. I'm okay. Asthma gang, let's go. Is your asthma gang joining also by the result of having caught something that gave you asthma? I wasn't born with asthma. I have asthma because I got sick once upon a time. What if we talked about that? Just like weird tangent. I got whooping cough when I was in high school, traveling abroad. I am the 0.0000002% of people that the whooping cough vaccine is not effective on. So I caught whooping cough when I was in, 10th grade, I think? I traveled to London. The only time that I have ever left the country. I caught it, we think, on the plane, and it annihilated my lung capacity, and it never truly recovered. Despite the fact that I was still an athlete afterwards. It never went back to the way it was before, and I have asthma attacks now, which I never had previous to it. Crazy! Hey, shroommates! Get your vaccines! Because even if you're unlucky like me, like, we're saying unlucky, I'm the 0.0000002% of people who it's ineffective in 100% preventing infection from. I probably would have perished if I was not vaccinated. It may have killed me. So, get your vaccines, please! I was still very sick despite the fact that it was helping me. Yeah, participate in herd immunity so that I wouldn't have to catch it another time, or so that people who can't get vaccinated won't catch it. Please. I blame JK, she butterfly affected this. Yeah, she detected that a non-cis person was entering her country and she was like, powish. She cast illness upon me. I don't know if there's a Harry Potter spell for illness, and I wouldn't say it even if there was, because I don't really participate in that, and I don't know what the words are anyway. But maybe it was her. Who knows? I intimidated her. She was scared of me. I'm too cool. She could never be as cool as me. Do you think having an upgraded iPhone for face tracking, iPhone 12 on, is better, or are older phones fine for VTubing? It's fine. I think they're totally fine. You will find that if you're buying an iPhone 10 in the year 2025, that they're a little harder to find just because they've been out of the market for so long. And yeah, the battery isn't fantastic, and they aren't as accurate, maybe, but it's not that bad. There's still such an upgrade from webcam tracking and taking that burden off of your computer that I still think it is entirely worth it. I have a 12 mini. I have a 17. Rex, that's crazy. I have a 12 mini that I have had for 4 or 5 years now. I've never had a phone that was new. You have a 16? I didn't even realize they were that high in numbers. I have a 12. I remember when the 10 came out thinking that was a crazy number. Anyways, I have a 12 mini. It works perfectly for this. I use it both as my phone and as my tracking. And that's what I use. And it works fine. My mini is great. You will find that, yeah, the 10 is great. The 12 onward is even better, but still having the 10 is way more than enough worth it because it's taking that burden off your computer and it's allowing for better tracking. It's still enough of a step up over webcam tracking that I would suggest it. But, you know, that can still be expensive. If you can't afford it, go for the webcam tracking. It's fine. It just takes a little bit of processor power for your computer. Me and my cheap Android. Hey, I don't blame you for having Androids if they're much more affordable. The only reason I have iPhones is usually because I get hand-me-downed them because my little sister cares very much about having a relatively new iPhone. So whenever she's getting rid of her old iPhone, she's like, hey, do you want it? I'm like, yeah, I want it. Only downside is that it usually doesn't have fantastic battery life as a result of having already been used for like 3 or 4 years. But it works. Sometimes I get the batteries replaced and then it works perfect. And we just purge it. It's good, yeah. Score right there. Free iPhone. Yeah. See, this is my suggestion that I've made many a time, because we were talking about having access to resources before. My biggest suggestion I can make to any of you is to make it known to the communities that you are part of that you are the person to give old tech to give old things to if somebody's getting rid of something. All you have to do to make that clear to them is if you just talk about, yeah, I was working on fixing something on my monitor the other day, or just like sprinkle in a conversation like, oh, I was working on like this like cool digital thing that like tracks your hands or something, or just like toss in anything that you do that's related to it. You don't have to tell them you're a VTuber, but tell them that like, oh, something with computer work or using particular technology and tools, because when people know that about you, they'll think to offer you those things if they're going to get rid of it. I have never bought a monitor in my life. I have an absurd number of monitors, but I didn't pay for any of these. None of them were mine. One of them was from a friend of my dad's who was like, oh, your kid's building their first computer. Do they want my old monitor? Here. The second one was from my sister who, her work gave her one, and they were like, you don't need to give it back, and she left that place anyway, and she was like, do you want this? And I was like, yeah, I want this. And then the third one was from my grandparents because they just didn't need a computer anymore. So you just have to make it known to people that you are the one to give things to. It takes a little bit of luck and a little bit of time maybe, but if you have a workplace or family members that you can make evident to that you work in sort of like a place where technology is important, they'll give you stuff. The school that I worked for gave me my Leap Motion. I didn't buy it. They had a like AR testing place, and they had a Leap Motion stereo IR that they weren't using, and they were like, I had talked before because I had worked in collaboration with them for a project, and they were like, hey, we have this like stupid little thing that we don't know how to use, we think it's broken, do you want it? Like, it doesn't work for the stuff we needed it for. I was like, me knowing what it was, I was like, yeah, sure, I'll tinker with it and see if it works. I was like, yeah. But yeah, so make it known to people that you work with technology and that you do those kinds of things, and those things may find you. You may find yourself lucky someday, but you won't know unless you try. University's so advanced that there's VR. It was the design department, and it was stuff that they got from like a grant. And most of it was stuff that they didn't want either. Like, they just kind of gave them a bunch of stuff that was already kind of outdated. But yeah, I guess they were kind of advanced. I went to an animation college despite not taking animation, so they were getting a lot of stuff that involved 3D. A lot of the VR stuff they had was mostly from mocap, which the Leap Motion doesn't work especially well for, which is why they were getting rid of it. But yeah. Recommend Meowface for Android users. Is Meowface still around? I thought we talked before about Meowface not working. I thought Suvi had to take it off of the App Store because the App Store for Google required you to divulge your personal information, including where you live. I don't remember. Somebody who works in tech just say you need something, and all the fellas have closets full of old tech. Yeah! Yeah. Anyways, let me see. What kind of concepts do you wish you saw more, VTuber-wise? Oh, I don't know if there's any particular, like, one concept, but I can say, as I said before, what I want to see more of in VTubing is more experimentation with art style. I want to see designs from a greater variety of styles. I feel like there's a couple of real popular anime styles. You've got the really, like, soft, like, airbrushed anime models that have the smooth shading, and those ones are pretty popular. And then you have the cel-shaded ones, which are also relatively popular too. Usually they're softened a little bit, sort of a cel shading and like soft shading blend. But like, we don't see that much variation in proportioning style, and I'm saying like at large. There are of course individuals doing all the things that I want to be seeing out there. I just have to find more of them. But I like to see more variety in proportioning style, in rendering style, in textures that are being used or in mediums, which is why I was so excited last night when the fellow who raided into us was showing us the watercolor model. I was like, yes, this is what I want. Yeah, variety. More Vash the Stampede VTubers. No, there's plenty enough already. I am the Vash the Stampede-esque one. Don't steal that from me. Watercolor, yeah! There's also an ink style, like one of those customizable Live 2D models. I love it so much. I wish they had any options that I could use in that one because I would have bought that one in a heartbeat. But it's just too feminine for me, and they don't have, like, there's none of those customizable models have my stupid little onion hair thing, so none of them will look like me because that's like one of my identifying traits. I'm too unique, it don't work. That's your future rigger? Yo, congrats, Rex, that's sick! That's fantastic! See that on VGen, it's so pretty? It is, it's so nice! But that's what I want to see more of overwhelmingly is, you can do any concept. I love all the concepts I've seen. I love how creative VTubers are with their concepting. But the thing that I think that we need more variety in is style. Style as far as proportion and line art and coloring sensibilities and rendering and shading and texture. I want to see more variety in all of those things, and I'd be so excited if I did. But there's a couple of concepts that I wish existed. There should be like a pangolin night VTuber. There should be a VTuber who is snail themed, but like the snail shell is like a gumball machine. There should be a VTuber who is based on a bunch of bugs that I haven't seen that I want to see as VTubers. Also, I have a whole list of bugs. There's a couple concepts that I wish just were out there that I haven't seen out there. Particularly recently, I'm partial to Romeo, who has also rated us. They're such a cute little beetle. I love their little pinchers in their hair. I love bugs. As a way to, like, as a VTuber thing. Matara being a bug was fantastic. I loved how out of the box she was with being a cockroach. That's crazy. And I'm so here for it. Also, the commitment to not, if you're going to be an animal, committing to being more animalistic. I love that also, where not necessarily having to go the full furry or anthro route, but like Matara having like non-human hands with her little like beetle legs and stuff and her antennas and all that. Oh, chef's kiss. I love that stuff. I want to see more of that. Extra legs? Yeah! The extra legs are so sick. So yeah, like the VTuber models that excite me the most are like, I love Cabal's model, Heavenly, I like Heavenly's model. If you guys remember Kimrai, I was a big fan of how much more like fantasy illustration styled that model was. Like, I like variety. Yeah, Cabal's new one is sick. I've always liked Cabal's models, but the new one is so cool. There's so many good ones, but yeah, style, more so than maybe individual concepts for me, would be what I want to see more of. Gotta go to work? Enjoy your work, Corey! Good luck at work! Can still be marketable while being very creative. Exactly! All these examples we've come up with, I've mentioned here, are people who are doing very well for their creative decisions they made in their design, I would say. What are your thoughts on a mink model? Hell yeah! Sure, why not? Anything you want to be can be a model, more or less. Pretty much. Dragon, PNG, or a VTuber, but thought of making a sea bunny, the snails. Oh, sea bunnies are so cute, though, too. I love little sea slugs. I wanted to make a sea sheep VTuber design at some point, too. I have so many things that I want to design, and I just haven't gotten to it. There's not enough hours in the day for me, unfortunately. Do you feel like in order to be a successful VTuber, you need to have multiple toggles, model designs, etc.? No. I don't think you do. At all. I don't think so. I think that that's one thing that can help, where it feels like there's a sense of progression and a sense of things to look forward to in your career as a VTuber. However, I don't think you have to have that by any means. You can stick with the same outfit and the same model for years and years and years and years and years, and I promise you'll be fine. I promise you will be okay. It will be alright. You just need to have other things that are sort of like goals that you're working towards that your community can look forward to, if that's the angle you're talking about. Honestly, most VTubers don't even use their toggles that they have. I'm calling myself out for that. I have toggles on this model that I never use. I don't ever use them. watch this. Watch this. So we have... I can wear my glasses. The only time my glasses are ever worn is when somebody toggles actually, which is this. But we never just do glasses on and down. Also, we can just totally take my glasses off. I don't ever do that. Put my glasses back. Put them back on my head. I can turn my eyelashes off. That's toggle for some reason. My gun's missing right now. I have a weird blush toggle for no reason that I don't use. I have this one, which we finally have attached to something. But, like, I don't use, like, any of these. Turn my onion off. Oh, I guess my onion toggle doesn't work. Why does my onion toggle not work? But, like, we don't really use any of these things. You don't need them. I have emotive enough without those things. If you can, tie toggles to expressions or to things that will trigger automatically. So somebody had asked me yesterday if I've always had my sparkle. Oh, perfect timing. I went, ee, and there's little sparklies all around me. Hee haha. I've always had those, but they're linked to my emotions. If you look inside my bare, empty head, see how they disappear when I do it? They live inside my skull, like all of our emotions do. Can I see you bald with glasses on? Sure. Here I am bald with my glasses on. As you can see, my glasses don't actually fit me. They're a little bit wide, so that way they'll sit on top of my head. Because the top of my head is wider than the bottom of my head is. Fashion, yeah. Oh yeah, Lance is a really good example of how to use toggles well for like PNG tubing especially. I think toggles are maybe more effectively used for PNG tubing. Osho makes good use of them as well. Where I'm emotive enough without them right now that that's why I forget to use them. But if they're built into the way that you are used to using your model, if you're PNG tubing especially, they can be great. But I don't think you have to have that. I don't think that's a necessary thing to be successful. The necessary thing to be successful is to create something that other people are interested in coming back to witness time and time again. And I don't think you need to have a new model or a new design or new toggles all the time to do that. Maybe those things can help. But you can supplement with other things if that's not something you're interested in doing. I love that we're taking advice from me. Does Gary have toe beans? No. I spotted this one earlier. False. Gary just has what did you call them earlier? Pseudopods? His feet are just rounded little nubs. There's nothing going on there. He doesn't have toes. I don't like feet, so I don't have feet, and neither does my son. We're immune to that. Make attractive content, be slay, be rich, and celebrity. That's also a strategy, you're right, Rex, but it's not one that I can pick up or recommend. But that is a strategy people do follow, I guess, yeah. Some people can connect you with. Yeah, that's also true. For, like, true, real advice, yes. Between schoolwork and general stressing about everything, how do I find that spark for art again? Oh, see, that's really hard, actually. I went through art burnout where I didn't draw anything after I finished my master's degree for almost 2 months because I was working so hard in other things. I lost the spark for it because I was so exhausted by it from grad school. You have to try and draw out what initially was that made you attracted to art in the first place. You have to figure out what your inspiration was originally to try it now, to try it again. But sometimes, if we're being so honest, you just have to take a break sometimes. Kiki's delivery service makes a fantastic analogy for this, where if you try and force yourself to do something through a time period where you are not feeling that joy from it, where you are not, able to give it your all, able to put your heart into it, then you're just gonna make yourself sad because you're not going to be able to produce and create the things that you expect because your heart's just not in it. And I think the person who makes the analogy is an artist also in Kiki's delivery service. But I think that's a great way of looking at things. If you are in a position in your life where you have to draw, however, if you're in school or doing something else where you have to draw, oh, I'm naked, hang on. Okay, there we go, sorry. Inappropriate of me to be not wearing all of my clothing, sorry. But if you're in a part of your life where you kind of have to draw, whether it's for work or for school or for some other reason, the thing that I often find gets me back out of a funk to find what the spark is that makes me want to draw is by drawing something totally wild and out there and silly and goofy, because that is the motivation. Where, like, I've talked before, if I, can't think of what to draw and I'm feeling unmotivated, I will just get Garfield and make him have a crossover with a character from an anime or something, because it's so silly It's so goofy, it's so unserious, that doesn't matter if it's good or not. It just needs to exist and be silly and goofy. And then you can have fun with it. And the fun may be what helps you to ignite your spark again. And if that doesn't work, I often will also try, because this is almost like an art block type of answer too, where if you usually are drawing people and you've lost that spark, try drawing something totally else that you would normally under no circumstances ever draw. Because as weird as it may sound, you may find that you enjoy drawing that thing and you just hadn't, realized you like it because you've never tried it before. Or by whatever the experience is of doing it, as I say often, when I'm trying to 3D sculpt, I'm like, man, I wish I was just sculpting with wax IRL. Man, I'm working in Live 2D, I wish I was just 3D modeling. By doing that other experience, comparatively, you may find yourself wishing to be doing the other thing again, and when you go back to it, you can appreciate it more for being what it was that you enjoyed, Draw/practice every day is not actually good advice. Not inherently, no. I mean, repetition is important, but it doesn't have to be every single day, necessarily. Sometimes practice just means think about art concepts and consider them and observe things. It doesn't have to be that you're physically drawing every day. But consistency does help if you're trying to learn. Find that it's okay that the things that bring joy can change, and usually through finding joy again in other things motivates you to create again. Yeah! Sort of what I'm getting at with the draw other things, or yeah, try other creative pursuits. If you have lost your spark for art, for a long time, I was really burned out with drawing. That's most of what I do now, but when I was really burned out with drawing, I loved 3D modeling. It was another way to be creative that didn't feel the same pressure. Now I'm a little burned out with 3D modeling, so I'm back in drawing. But I'll flip-flop into model building, or into crochet, or into something else that scratches a creative itch. So that way, I'm still making something. I'm still enjoying the creation process, but I'm not stressing over an outcome, and I'm not worrying about all the things I was worrying about when I was losing my spark for whatever thing I was working on before. But yeah, don't force yourself to draw if you're losing the spark for it, if it's not fun. You'll come to Pavlov yourself into associating drawing with being in a bad mood, and then you super duper uber will not want to do it. That's not a good way of working. Yeah. Observation is part of learning and improving? Yes, it is. Yeah. Garfield Miku. I've drawn a Garfield Miku, Garfku. I've drawn Garfield in a plug suit. I've drawn Garfield. What else have I drawn Garfield? I've drawn Garfield doing a lot of strange things. It's silly and funny and makes me feel like I want to draw again. Or since being a VTuber, having Squiiji, me, as the OC that I can draw in a meme or do something silly with is nice. If I'm feeling like I'm stressed out from whatever else I'm working on, I will just take a little bit of time to do a warm-up or something working on my drawing of me, because that's the fun part. That's how we prevent losing that spark. You gotta give yourself breaks, and sometimes the break is still drawing, but drawing something you enjoy as opposed to drawing a thing you don't enjoy. Garfield Ramsey. See, that's a good idea. Oh, I drew a Sailor Moon Garfield too. Yeah, Magical Girl. I drew a Sailor Moon one. I drew... What else have I drawn? Oh, there's some weird ones. I drew a Care Bear one, but that one was kind of confusing. Didn't make sense. Can't recall. I think I also drew one in Mario outfit. I'll have to find where those are. I think sadly I lost a lot of those ones. I lost a flash drive that had a lot of stuff on it. And I think that's where that was, because it was the flash drive that I used to juggle things back and forth between my laptop and my computer, and I think that's why it's lost. Hey, roommates. Advice, make sure you back up all the stuff you make to multiple places. Don't just let it live on one hard drive or one SSD. Back it up. Especially if you're a VTuber. Don't lose your model that you spent X amount of money on, where X may be something that is maybe 4 digits long. Please. Please back it up somewhere safe. Hola, Whale Jr. Hi. Hello. Eats and critiques lasagna. That would be a good role, I feel like, for a Garfield. I feel like he could make that work. 4 digits. Yeah. Buy a thumb drive. Buy a thumb drive or buy an external hard drive. Those are all good things to do. What is your favorite character design sin? As in, you love this thing so much that you don't mind breaking the rules. Let me begin. What? Back it up, back it in, let me begin. Huh? What, Gary? Is this referencing a song? Thank you for the bits, Edward, but what? Gary, what song is this? I don't know if this song sounds appropriate for you. Jump around? Thinking the same thing? What did I say? Did I say something that made you go in that direction? Huh? May or may not have lost my uni dissertation after grad because of not saving it. Oh no, Selma, that's not good. Oh man, if I lost my master's thesis, I would cry. Jump up, and get down? What song is this? Jump up, and get down. I don't know if I'm getting the reference. I don't know if I know what it is. Pack it up, pack it in, let me begin. Yes, jump around. I don't know this song. Jump around? I came to get down. Jump around? House of Pain? What? Curious. Amber, I feel like you're observing me in a petri dish again. Curious. Interesting. Just every once in a while we're reminded of the fact that I do live under a rock. I might not always know all of the things. I as we've said before, I'm chronically offline. Except for the things Jubby exposes me to. Is this like a meme song or something? I'm detecting it's a song. Maybe, I hope, I think. I believe. Eats Oreo in minor confusion. What is your favorite character design sin? As in, you love this thing so much that you don't mind breaking the rules of character design to incorporate it. Oh, thank you for snack. I balanced that cookie really well on top of my hand for a second. Popular song back in the day. Ah, okay, I see. Rather than an eyes look emote, I need a microscope. Yeah, you do! That's your observation emote. That was a crazy... Or a boomer in the wrong generation. No, I don't think you are. I'm just chronically offline. Which is not a thing to brag about. It's sad that I don't get references a lot of the time, but yeah, I miss a lot of things. I'm too busy to keep up with that stuff sometimes. Character design sin that I like so much I don't mind it breaking the rules. Why is my whole body moving when I chew? You see that? I'm like jiggling slightly. Poke point on chest? No! Not for me! That's not one that I'll break a rule for. That's actually one of the ones I'm really strict about, is that the focal point is one of the things I don't like to compromise on. It's most of the reason why I have my glasses. I do not like compromising on focal point. Rahimiko's? 90s may be very tasty, that's why? 92? Oh, you're talking about the song still. I'm still trying to think of if there is anything that I might ignore in character designs. Because I like the way they work. I don't know. I think, unfortunately, I am too much of a stickler to the rules that I have invented for myself. Character design sin. I don't know if I have any. I mean, I love colored hair on character designs, which I know that's something that anime gets made fun of for, and I love really spiky hair, but those aren't like character design sins. Those are just things that not everyone likes, maybe. Censoring people's design is a sin. I'm not saying to censor designs either. That is more than a sin. Censorship isn't good. Like when one of your eyes goes gun, you look like you're thinking real hard. Oh, and I like... I do think real hard. My brain is moving at warp speed. 10 minutes till 5. Thank you for alerting me. I do have to go relatively soon, but I don't think Jubby's here. Jubby and I are leaving for a Friendsgiving, and Jubby's not even home. So I'm a little confused. But yeah, I don't even think I have a character design sin that I allow to break the rules, because I care too much about it. It irks me too much to not. I have things I like that are unpopular, maybe is the closest, which is I love super spiky, exaggerated hair. I love colored hair. I love concepts that may be a little bit too complicated sometimes. Maybe it's the closest thing. Don't know. Oh, maybe the closest thing to a sin is that I often like designs that are really simplified. Sometimes they're too generic, but I don't know. Too much detail, but that's not a sin. Too much detail is the sin, and I don't like too much detail, so that's not it. 4 ears? Yeah, I don't like the 4 ear situation. Not a fan. Dancing through the ads, I know this is what this room funds. Thanks! Not enough detail then? Yeah, no, I really don't think that there's Like, it's easier for me to tell you what my pet peeves are. Maybe it'd be easier for someone else to tell me what things they see me complimenting that drives them nuts that they don't like. Maybe that they think is a sin. Because of course I don't think they're sins, and within my rubrics framework, they aren't sins either, so it's hard. I have furs in my model, people only learn that when they use my bald toggle. The 4 ears thing is so uncanny to me though. That just is like, not even from a character design standpoint, that just is like uncanny in a designing a creature standpoint. 4 ears would be so odd. I guess maybe it would help with directional hearing, but like I don't know what evolutionary advantage that would pose. Don't know. Do like to be a little uncanny. That's fair. If you want to do it on purpose, that's fine. But this is probably like one of the hardest questions I've answered yet. I don't know if I have a strong opinion on that. Hi, EG-chen? That's not my name. Who's that? Having a bit of trouble finding myself a niche as I'm way too passionate about, well, nearly everything. My strengths definitely lying in visual arts. Illustration, animation, 3D, pixel art, origami, live 2D, editing. Though I love singing and want to do more of this as well. I already watched plenty of Find Your Niche videos, but it's hard for me to just stick to one single thing, as I end up getting burned out and need variety. So I was wondering if you have any ideas or opinions for me with what I could do, if there's any way I can make videos people will watch me for, well, me, and just make variety stuff like Emichiru, Iron Mouse, Bao. I'm told I'm more of a comfy creator, so I don't know if I should just create a niche out of my vibe. Also, I do want to do this as my job or career, as my channel and community is truly important to me. I love your videos and streams, by the way. Don't know how many snails I have in my garden, though. Thank you! I'm glad you like my videos! But here's the thing, here's what I'll say to that, is that, honestly, a niche that is visual arts is already maybe enough of a niche for you to find a home in, where, you know, I can use myself as comparison, that if I were to do origami on stream, I don't think people would be confused by it. They know that that's a thing I could be associated with, perhaps. Mine is a little bit more specific, but I do think that you should maybe pick one of those things, the illustration, animation, 3D, pixel art, origami, live 2D editing, one of those things that you think that you could do in front of people live to be something that you are known for, to be the thing that you do the most, and then you just do the other things more sparingly. So like, you could be the origami VTuber. I can see some paths where that could become a very interesting, engaging, and unique part of your branding, and could be the thing people associate you with very strongly. But is origami something that you can reliably do, maybe on a hand cam, and still be able to engage with your viewers, still be able to focus enough to get through, be able to create something that people feel interested enough in watching? If you're showing people how to make origami, that could be good, but like, you could easily find those kinds of routes and eat any of the other little options you have. You do need to pick maybe one of those things to be your main, but you can do all of those things from time to time. Like, that's, my scheduling is, I do 2 days out of my week as the thing that I am known to do, character design. And then my Friday is my free day to do whatever I want. And for as much as Friday, the turnout usually is nothing in comparison to what sometimes our Thursdays have, or even sometimes our Mondays have, in terms of people showing up. Doesn't matter. People who are there to see me for me, or there to see you for you, will show up when you have those variety day streams. But doing something consistently will be how you reach those people in the first place. How'd that work with videos as well? Having a free day seems a good idea? Yeah! Like, if you're making videos, you do still kind of have to have one kind of like main niche, but if you look at a lot of channels that are art focused, you'll find that they're doing a variety of art things, not just doing one art thing often. Maybe the bulk of their videos are in one kind of topic. I would say that like Lavender Town is sort of similar to me, where most of my stuff is character design, most of her stuff is character design. But from time to time, for fun, she does like an ASMR video, or she does like a story reading over a time lapse, or she made herself a VTuber model once. But like, you do just have to establish that basis of having people who are viewing you in order to develop that sort of more specific base of people who are there to view you for you. As a side note, we recommend making a second channel for covers or just mix it with art videos. I actually don't have a good answer for that. And I feel bad saying that because I feel like I should have answers to that. But I am not much of a musician, so I have not had much experience in that area. There may be other people who are better to ask, but I've actually been dealing with that recently. Secret, come here, secret. You guys have already seen, like, spoiler a little bit of it, but I am working on a cover. My first ever. I'm doing everything myself for it because I can't afford to do it otherwise. I have been trying to figure out where to put it. I don't know where to put it. I haven't figured out where to put it. Do I put it on my main channel? Do I put it on my second channel? Because I put it on the main channel, more people will see it. But it doesn't necessarily fit with the niche of what my main channel is as well. So I don't know. I don't know if I have an answer to that. Showmates, if you have better answers to that, you're welcome to let me know. And I may be polling some more musically inclined compatriots of mine. But don't know. Put it everywhere. Screaming. Trailer on the main channel with full on the second. Maybe. I was thinking about trying to raid into the debut of it, but I've also had trouble raiding into debuts that are like my own channel before. So I don't know. Put on the second channel and tell people on main. I guess I could, but the problem with that is like algorithm is just not going to work on the second channel. So I don't know. It's tough. Having more than one channel is a lot of work, and you have to be putting that work into both channels for videos you post on both channels to do well. So I don't know. I wish I had something better to say about it, though. I don't know if I had that. Glad you're being honest. Yeah, no, I will not lie to you. I will not just tell you something that I think is true without having some sort of basis for backing up that knowledge. I don't want to do that to you. Put it on main for fame and fortune. If I put it on main, that'll be the first video I've posted on my main channel in over a year, and people might get their hopes up about what it is. I don't know. I'm like unnecessarily worried about it, maybe. But I hope this answer... Wait, hang on. Did I answer this question? I did answer this question. I will say, the reason why Emichiru, Iron Mouse, and Bao can be variety streamers also is because they already have that size of fan base. They were not all originally variety streamers, I don't think. They all had a much more consolidated niche. And then once, you know, they were able to really have that foundation of a niche, really have that foundation of people who were into that niche but also just interested in them, then they could branch out and people would stick around and watch regardless of what they were doing. So they're kind of hard to compare yourself to. It may take a while to get there. Yeah, Bao was a cover artist long before VTubing. Yeah, music creator. And I don't actually remember what Emichiru was doing. Iron Mouse is a little bit of a different story too, where Iron Mouse had a very explosive rise to fame once her rise to fame started. Hers was a little bit different, but a lot of people who are big variety streamers didn't start as big variety streamers, unless they were a big variety VTuber for a VTuber corporation, and then graduated from it and then can be a variety streamer now, because I think corpo streamers are the only ones that get away with being variety streamers just out the gate, and I still don't know how they quite do that a lot of the time. Michiru did storytime animations. Oh. Emmy is League of Legends. Yeah, I know Emmy does story time. I guess art is part of it, too. And it made some Hamilton stuff. Oh my god, did she really? I don't remember that. That's crazy. Oh, I did hear Jubby coming home, so I may have to wrap us up here. Oh, we're so close. I'm almost through all of them. Any resources you'd recommend to set up animations for Redeem, kind of like EG Raf or Eldritch EG? Learning 3D and I'm so overwhelmed. Use Vinyan! Or Warudo! They have visual coding! They're very good for that! If you're going to do the 3D modeling yourself, start with something basic, or here's a thought. I've considered doing this. I model all my stuff for myself, but consider downloading pre-made models and then just retexturing them from like Turbo Squid or like any of those platforms you can use to download pre-made 3D models. Download them yourself, and then just retexture them, and then follow a tutorial on how to import them into Vinyan or into Warudo. So then you're cutting how much work you have to do out of it. Just make sure you give proper credit to the original modeler and make sure that they allow for that to be done. But a lot of stuff that's being sold on those marketplaces is for game dev anyway, so it comes along with it and it'll be okay. That's what I did. Also retexture V-Road bases and add like other assets. Yeah! Yeah! Yeah. But yeah, that would be my suggestion. So then it's not as overwhelming. Then you're only having to learn the texturing and maybe uploading into a program part and the node-based system. Then you don't have to teach yourself the entirety of 3D also on top of it, because that would be a lot. What are your favorite and least favorite things about VTubing? Favorite! That I can use my art to represent myself. That's what I like. I like that as a creative, I can represent myself with my art, and I like that I don't have to base this on what I look like as an individual who is non-binary with dysphoria. It's great. Anonymity on the internet is also fantastic. I love that I don't have to worry about being stalked. At least as much as people who may use Facecam would. I know that that's still a possibility in VTubing. I'm well aware. But it's maybe not as intense. But I do like that. I like the anonymous nature. I like the fact that people don't know where I am at any point in time. And I like that I represent myself with my art. What do I not like about VTubing? Not much. I like most of it. I think the things I would cite as not liking aren't about VTubing itself, the process. It's about things that go on in relation to it, maybe? But, like, I like VTubing. Editing? Yeah, I don't like editing videos, but that's not VTubing. VTubing is just using a VTuber model. I don't like it when it doesn't represent what I'm doing properly. I don't like how expensive some of the technology is to use it also, but I've already made the investment, I guess. But yeah, editing isn't fun. I don't like editing very much. I like editing short little things. I don't like editing full videos, but that's okay. Is it though? There's much more to being a VTuber. I mean, yeah, if we're gonna be technical, being a VTuber, but being a VTuber is only the things you decide are part of being a VTuber. Editing is only part of being a VTuber because I decided I was a YouTuber. Also, a lot of VTubers don't edit anything. They're not editors. They don't do editing. A lot of VTubers hate making thumbnails. I like making thumbnails. I don't mind it. You know what I don't like is having to tweet consistently. I hate having to tweet consistently. I don't really like using social media that much. And I hate having to have new things to put on Twitter multiple times a week to make sure the algorithm doesn't decide I die. That would be my answer, actually. Recommendations for programs for texturing. Clip Studio! I love Clip Studio, it's my favorite. Oh, I've been raided! Panicked Pike, hello! Welcome in. Moon's haunted. Can we sleep in your room tonight? Moon's haunted? What are you doing on the moon? Why are you on the moon? How are you on the moon? Huh? Sure, I guess. I don't really have a room. I live in like almost like a Barbie doll house. I don't know if it's big enough for all of you, but welcome in. I'm Squiiji, freelance artist, fun guy, art educator. I keep trying to continue that sense as if there's more. I got used to saying I was also a mage during Halloween, and I'm still adjusting back. But hi, how was your stream? I hope it was good. Thank you, Moz, for getting the shout out. What were you up to? It seems like you may have played Dark Souls recently, but I'm not sure. I think the thing often lies to me about what people were up to recently. Moon's haunted, understandable. Yeah, I feel like space is probably very haunted. Many things have died up there, although many things have died down here too, so I don't know if that's a good statement to make, but I think the here is also probably haunted. Social media thing speaks to me so much, I don't know how to fix it. I can't fix it either. You can't, it's just the way it is, and I don't like it. I don't like posting on social media. Shim was good, we're in Lothric Castle right now. I have never played Dark Souls, so if that's what that is, I don't know, but I hope you had fun. I hope you wrecked those bosses like crazy, and I hope you had minimal deaths, and I hope it was very successful. Rico Wan Lu, thank you for following. I appreciate it. I feel like Earth's way more haunted than space. Probably, but on Earth there's at least things near you that aren't haunted. Meanwhile in space there's not as many things. The percentage of space taken up by haunted objects in space is probably higher proportionally, right? Because like, I don't think my microphone or my monitor is haunted. The woods maybe are haunted, but like I have other objects around me that aren't. But if I'm in space, there's not many other things up there with me. Although I guess they're really big. I don't know. I might be thinking about things kind of strangely. We did. Wrecked many bosses. Totally 0 deaths. Too much of a gamer. Yeah! Yeah! Gamer on him! You get him! 0 deaths. No hit run. Perfect. You didn't even pick up any of those. What are they? The homeward bones? No homeward bones needed. I think that's what in those game, right? That's the thing how you go home, right? Homeward bone? I can't remember. 360 no scope? Yeah, in Dark Souls, because you definitely have weapons that have scopes to no scope with in the first place. Also, I totally misunderstood what a no scope was, and Jovi had to explain it to me. Nailed it? Yeah! But if you need to do things like eating or drinking or snorkeling and memeing, go for it! Take care of yourself. I will be here probably only for another minute or so, however. I feel bad that you raided, but we are on our way out a little bit. I have to go kind of shortly. Crossing Clip Studio do texturing in 3D, or do you work in 2D then apply? I work in 2D then apply, but there's also plugins you can get for Blender, if you're using Blender, which are very nice. I can't remember what they are off the top of my head, though. I use old B Painter if I'm texturing in Blender, but there are, it's called like Has Layers. There's another texturing program that I think Mofu Studio uses. I can't think of who else does, but a lot of the VTubers or VTuber 3D modelers use it, and I can't think of what it's called right now. But it essentially just adds texture painting options to Blender, essentially. I don't use it because I still use like Blender 3.5, but if I was using an updated Blender, I'd probably use it. Yeah! When we see another model version of yours, how long did it take to make yours or decide the color palette? You may see another model from me in the spring? We're gonna switch to the winter model here in a couple of weeks. I was thinking about the winter model because we were talking about having a hockey themed model, but I already have a winter model. And like, for as much as I love hockey, I don't know. And originally the next model was supposed to be our Vash, the Stampede inspired model, our Trigun model, but I'm mad at Trigun. So then we were like, okay, maybe we design me to have a Vocaloid style model and then I have a 3D of that, but that might not be next because we still haven't done the extra credit to design it in the first place. It may be a minute. Because the reason why we haven't had another new model in a while is because it takes me a month of almost non-stop work, almost exclusively on my model, in order to get it done. And that is time that I need to be spending working on other people's models and working on consultations. You have a model for springtime? Not actively prepared. I was thinking maybe we could have one for the spring. Like, that might be a good time period to do it during. That would give us plenty of time to prepare in advance for it, hopefully, maybe. While I'm using another outfit. Because my goal, I think I've said before, my goal is that I would like to have an outfit prepared for many times of year, where I already have a Halloween and a winter model. Therefore, I would like to add to my model repertoire that I can use every year and come back to, maybe a spring model and a summer model. Because my default model that I have right now is sort of what I would consider to be like my fall model, maybe. Right? Or like late summer, fall model, potentially, or like between other things model. So like spring and summer, maybe the next kinds of models. But that's not really set in stone. I will say a lot of the limiting factor right now for me not making new models has been financials. It is not financially viable for me to spend all that time making a new model because there's not really like a financial payoff to having made the new models. You know what I mean? For as much as it may advance me a little bit in the VTuber career, I don't gain as much traction from debuting a new outfit as somebody who is much more established in VTubing would. And I'm sure maybe I could make a little bit more fanfare about it and maybe have it be more of an event, but like, it just doesn't end up panning out that way for me, you know? What can you do? I'm being realistic about it, where the amount of time invested in it versus the payoff is not financially feasible for me currently, which is why we had a new one in a minute, but someday we may, depending. We'll see. So maybe a minute. How long did it take to make yours or decide the color palette though? To make my whole model that I have right now before you was, it took me probably about 2 or 3 days to design it, and then I commissioned an artist to come up with like sort of the rendering style, because I wanted sort of like an art style guide for it, and I didn't want to use my style for it. So that took a couple months to get the art back from that. And then the color palette I had loosely decided, but they were the one who sort of expanded the palette a little bit to being where it is now. But I had picked pretty early on my palette just based off of what Inky Cat mushrooms look like and the fact that I like warm toned colors often. I like greens, I like earth tones. But it didn't take me very long to decide those things a lot of the time. If I worked with you to make a simple Easter Spring Live 2D, would it be alright with that? Just needing more examples or practice. What do you mean, worked with you? Zany, I could not ask that of you because I do not have the money to pay someone to work on that. I would feel very bad. I would feel, tough situation here of, I would like to help you with that if you are looking for examples, but it would feel terrible that I can't compensate you for that, and therefore I wouldn't want you to do that. I would want to try and help you find somebody who can pay you to make the sample. Do you know what I mean? I don't want you to work for free, even though I appreciate the kindness of that. I don't want to do that to you. Like, I'm honored that you would offer, but you deserve to be paid for spending that time working on something for someone, and I can't do that. But I could potentially try and use some of the resources that I have to try and find you somebody who may be in need of that. whether it be within the shroom state or somewhere else, you know? That'd be another route towards that. But I do appreciate the offer. That is very kind of you. I just don't want shroommates to ever work for free, you know? As an artist, I know how much your work is worth, and I want to make sure that you guys are being all compensated fairly for the things that you do, you know? 2 or 3 days to design it's impressive. I think it took me a month to land on something I loved. No, I'm talking hours. I'm not saying I did it in 3 days. I'm saying I probably did it with like 72 hours worth of time. Maybe I didn't make that clear enough. No free labor in Shroom State other than Robot Farm. Yeah, Rusty's retirement is the only free labor we do. If anybody is in need of a spring or Easter themed model or something cute and little, there may be some other fellas in the Shroom State who may be interested. I know, wanted to offer still. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you, but I can't do that to you, Zany. I respect you too much. I can't do that to you. You just make free whole models for friends? Don't talk to them anymore and it sucks. Oh no! That's so sad! I'm sorry that happened. I hope they weren't taking advantage of you for that, but that's tough. Man. Hang on, I have a couple just to get through here real quick so I can go. I have to go with Jubby so we can leave and we're going to a Friendsgiving. Why did you decide to start VTubing? I said earlier, I encountered eye candy on YouTube with a V-Roid model, and I was like, I want to become my artwork also. I was already a 3D modeler. And then the second thing that pushed me to do it was, I was like, well, I'm not a gamer. Why would I do with VTubing? Why would I even be a VTuber? I'm not a gamer. Question mark. And then I saw Yam Alvat on YouTube also, and Yam was making art like adjacent VTubing related content, and I was like, oh my god, I could do that too! And that was why. Yeah, it was just a nice creative output that I didn't have in my life otherwise. And it's fun! Yeah! Yeah, emotes! Yeah! So we can thank those two probably for me being a VTuber. The VTuber I am today. But I've watched VTubers since like 2019 or so. And I was working towards becoming a VTuber probably as of like 2019-ish. It just took me a long time to actually start because I was in school. Yeah. But that's a pretty easy question to answer very quickly. Funny, because you and Yam are the reason I want to be a VTuber. See, it's the gift that keeps on giving. Yam got me to become a VTuber, so now I can get all of you to become VTubers. Ahahaha. Our secret plan. We're trying to turn everyone into VTubers. I'm lying. We're not actually doing anything like that. Yam and I are not evil. How do we do that very first step towards VTubing? I feel like there's a very big step between thinking about it and actually doing it. Break it down into littler steps. You gotta break it down. That's the way I have to do most things in my neurodivergent way. Most tasks seem really big until you break them into their little parts and only try and check one thing off a day, where for being a VTuber, if you're trying to concept, spend a day just thinking about what kinds of things you like. What do you like? How would you like to be represented online? Then spend another day Googling those things, looking at, you know, other VTubers who have done that, or other character designs that have incorporated that into them. See if it's something you might be interested in or might like. Then, maybe another day, you look into, like, YouTube or Twitch and see if people are creating the kind of content that you want to create. See if it's already out there, see how they're doing it for some inspiration. And then, you know, once you spend a couple days doing those things, you know, you can take some of those steps to break it into smaller little chunks. One day, make a Twitter. Doesn't have to have your permanent name on it, just make a Twitter. One day, think about maybe names. Doesn't have to be your name forever. Nothing's set in stone, but be like, alright, today, we're gonna pick a name. Bam. ADHD brain jumps from idea to idea regardless of intended path. That's fine! That's why you make all the steps. I'm not saying you have to do them in any particular order, but you just have a list of all the tasks. That way you know what all there is to do, and maybe that feels overwhelming, but then you know what all the options are. So if one day you wake up and you're like, I want to work on VTuber stuff, I want to work towards that inevitable, you know, start of VTubing, but you know, I'm not feeling artistic today. What if today I work on just the technical aspect of setting up OBS? Or maybe I'm not feeling technical today. Maybe I just want to find inspiration by finding people who are posting videos like the kind of thing I want to make and watch a couple of those on YouTube. Give yourself options. But yeah, breaking it down into smaller tasks will make it more approachable, perhaps. Will you ever do content about bronze casting? Is this related to the fact that I mentioned that I know how to do bronze casting like 2 or so days ago? It might be. I wouldn't know how to. If I'm being so frank with you. I'm also not frank, I'm EG. I wouldn't know where to begin with that, honestly. Because the trouble with being a VTuber trying to do that is that you know, I could do a hand cam stream, but bronze casting, like, I guess I could carve my wax and show you how to do that, maybe? But, like, I don't have access to a bronze studio right now. So, I wouldn't even know where to begin with that, probably. I haven't even done screen printing for you guys, which is, like, the primary art that is me. I am the screen printer. So I don't know if I've answered that. Oh, Time Dragon, thank you for following. Every VTuber I think is work in progress. True, I would agree with that. I'm always in progress. I agree with that. Watching for about 3 hours now, but haven't followed. Time flies. I'm glad you've been enjoying, though. Thank you for following. But yeah, I would not know how to do bronze casting as a VTuber. I have not figured it out yet. It's going to be a competition? What, the bronze casting? I don't know. I don't know how to. What's the website you use for figure drawing? The one with the clothes? Oh, I don't know. You may have to check. I have my Figure Drawing Friday videos that may have the answer to that for you. I don't know off the top of my head. I use the Senshi stock page, which I think is or Adorka stock. Often? Is that what you're looking for? Where she has an area of the website that allows you to do poses, and then, oh, where is it? Oh, not poses by position or body shape. I can't find it on her website, but I think Adorka stock is what I was using, if I remember. You've done a screen printing stream, right? I remember you carving a stamp. That's not screen printing, that's relief printing. I did that, and that was such a cruddy little stamp, and I'm kind of embarrassed by the quality of it. That was not representational of my skill level in printmaking at all. So yeah, I did do that. I carved a stamp once. I've done one printmaking related stream, and I've not done another one. RIP. You just had a video talking about it? Tips on how to come up with channel names. I do have a video on that. I do. Go to my YouTube. And I have a video on that. Let me see if I can pull that real quick too. Screen printing is when you have to screen to squeegee over. Yes, you do squeegee over the screen. That's true. Oh, that's my second channel. That doesn't have it. Hang on. If I go here, I can grab it for you, though. I can grab a link. Yeah, I don't know. My YouTube just sent us to the second channel, which I think is kind of strange, maybe, of me to have done it that way. Where is it? It was one of my first videos. You gotta look at 1.0 EG. It's gonna autoplay, and it's gonna make noise. Oh, no, it's not. I stopped it. No, it's autoplaying anyway. Go away. Stop. I don't want to hear old EG. Hear my old mic setup. Bam! There it is. That's the video. Hang on, real quick. Been trying my best to actually figure out what I want to do with VTubing. My current life situation gets in the way a lot. Energy and things is pretty much sapped all the time. Any advice for trying to push through despite having a little time, energy, and environment that bolsters the interest of doing VTubing, both the hobby and potentially a full career? I think I've kind of answered this already. If you are trying to push through too hard, you are going to burn yourself out and you are not going to have fun with it. You're going to Pavlov yourself into associating VTubing with being stressed and trying to work through exhaustion. Don't do that. Do not. I repeat, do not do that to yourself. As I was saying before, break down the VTubing parts into little tiny bits so that way you can do little bits of it at a time. Do the create the Twitter one day. Do the create something else another day with 5, 10, 15 minutes a day. Even if it's not every day, you can get somewhere over time. You just have to be okay with the fact that it will take time, because for as much as VTubing may be something you want to do, clearly it cannot be a priority, unfortunately. If your life is getting in the way that much, you have other priorities that do demand more of your attention. So you just have to find a little place that you can sneak it in. You can slip it in just a little bit for, 5 minutes today, 15 minutes another day, 10 minutes on a Sunday. Stay up an extra 15 minutes one day for something, but make sure you're not doing that often, or get up a little bit earlier one day for it. People go to the gym or something, but instead to do that. But don't burn yourself out. Do not exhaust yourself, because if you are trying to push through, you will come to associate VTubing with pushing through exhaustion, and you will not enjoy it. Do not do that to yourself, pretty please. That is my advice there. I love your VTuber resources and advice videos. Thanks! I should make those again, shouldn't I? Although I don't really know what I'd make one on at this point. I feel like I didn't have a lot of ideas for videos for a while. Seems like most of your content focused towards artists creating VTubers. Have you thought of creating content for more people looking to commission artists, such as how to communicate your mental vision for a character best to the artist? Is it okay to ask an artist for input / help designing a character? How to handle when the art you're given doesn't quite align with the artist gave you? I'm an aspiring VTuber and I've run into a bunch of these problems and others when trying to get a model I'm happy with and flesh the character out that I want. There is a video that I've been trying to script for a while that this may be related to, but I've been trying to script a video on how to properly handle conflict, on conflict management strategies. Not particularly about like art inherently, but in the VTuber sphere, I don't want to call it community, but in VTubing, quite often, there are not a lot of conflicts that are handled properly in a mature way. A lot of people just let issues go until they boil over. A lot of personal problems are made public problems. And that does not have to be the way things are. Especially with, like, art stuff, too. There are a lot of things where, you know, sometimes your artist isn't being a very morally upstanding individual, unfortunately. But a lot of the time, clients don't communicate properly either. And then you're both sort of stuck, unfortunately. So I was thinking about addressing that in a video. I have considered it. But the odd part about that, too, is that I can only really give my perspective as the artist, what things impact me on that end, because I have not commissioned very many people. And unfortunately, the times I have not been great. I've unfortunately ran into a lot of scammers and a lot of people who are not meant to be freelance artists. Just doesn't work. Yeah, communication saves time and trouble. Yeah, conflict is not abuse. Conflict is not inherently a bad thing all the time. It can be something that we grow from and, you know, improve ourselves after. But you just have to learn how to manage those circumstances properly. Yeah, so I have considered creating content related to that, potentially. It's on my list. I just haven't gotten to it because of the ye old I don't like editing videos and can't have somebody edit videos for me financially. That does tend to be the thing stopping me from a lot of stuff. Yeah. Text gets misinterpreted. That's also true. Potentially. So much drama in VTuber community. Are really that many people mature and narcissistic? Potentially. They're also hiding behind a computer where they're not doing things face to face, which makes people bolder. And it's an industry that is alluring to people who are interested in receiving attention, which is already maybe not fantastic sometimes too. It's also an industry alluring to scam artists because there's no physical product to be delivered, so it's harder to get legal things involved. So there's a lot of reasons why that may be happening potentially. But I would say that I don't think that there's any more toxicity in the VTuber community than there are in any other online communities, for what it's worth. An industry with a lot of money in it. That's also true, which is alluring to bad actors also. Favorite VTuber trope? Redheads. That's just one of my favorite character tropes in general. I like big glasses. I like really big chunky proportions. I like redheads. I like spiky hair. I like... yeah. Yeah, no way. Yeah, I bet you didn't see that coming at all. I like the color red. Those are my tropes. Easy. Not sure if this has been asked, but will you be making more videos? What were some of my favorite things you've made? Maybe. If I have one that's like 30% edited. That's been 30% edited for over a month now. We'll get there eventually. And that's about VTuber design theft. Actually, I scripted that video almost 2 years ago. Which is crazy. I would love to go back to making full-length videos. It just takes some time that I really do not have. Or funding that I don't have. I would love to go back to it. Optimally, I would, but it takes a lot. It takes a lot. It takes a lot of time. And the other curse is that when I was making videos originally, my quality standards weren't that high. I had no transitions, the graphics kind of sucked, but now I have higher standards. So I can't release something like that, which was quicker to edit, but now it takes much longer to edit, so we'll see. Maybe. I would love to. But I'm glad you liked them. I'm glad they were some of your favorite things that I have made. Oh! Chocorama! Thank you for gifting a sub! That was very kind! Can we rotate for Chocorama, please? Oh, I've gone over a lot more than I was hoping I would. Whoops! I hope W's not upset with me. One more! Any chance we could see how you made your 3D model, like your topology and UVs and such? I love how it looks. Someday, maybe I can show you it, yeah. The Blender file for Squiiji is a mess, though. But I guess I could show you it someday. I'm not gonna show you right now, because I kind of have to go. But, I could show you at some point, maybe. I don't know if it'd be very helpful, though, for you to see. My face topology is not fantastic. It's okay, and it's very specific for how big my eyes are. And my body topology is very... yeah, standard, I would say, which maybe is helpful. My hands are kind of weird too, but I could show you maybe someday. Whoopsie. There may be more since I refreshed the page last, but I do have to get going, unfortunately. These will be the way we start the next time I do Q&A. See, for some reason I was afraid that I wouldn't have enough things to go through. Oh yeah, there's a bunch more. Yeah, we'll have to come back for these another day, but I have to go. We have to do Friendsgiving. Yeah, Rex is saying happy Thanksgiving. I gotta go. You guys got an extra like half an hour of me today, but I have to leave. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. I will see you on Monday for Vtuber Design Critiques, as per usual. YouTube, I can't send you anywhere, but thank you for hanging out with me. Shroom you later. I'm ending very abruptly and very quickly right now.